Good morning. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. We genuinely appreciate your interest in the work of the Latino Research Initiative at the Great Cities Institute. Today is about our partnerships. We're going to highlight today the work that we've been doing with partners over the last couple of years. So we're really pleased that you are here to join us. On the table is a list of different organizations. There's about 154 different organizations that have representatives that will be here throughout the day. And that includes several units from UIC, here at UIC. But thank you again very much. I'm Teresa Cordova, director here at the Great Cities Institute. As you see, we have a packed agenda. I have a number of people to acknowledge and welcome, which I will do throughout the day. But I want to get us going so that we can make sure that we get as much of the information shared with you throughout the day. But again, thank you all so much for being here. So the first thing I need to do, our first speaker, Elena Gonzalez from the Chicago History Museum, unfortunately tested positive for COVID this morning. So she sends her regrets, and she also sent her slides. So I'm going to she sent her slides, and she sent me some notes. So bear with me while I represent Elena Gonzalez from the Chicago History Museum. This is a project that we've been working on with them, providing some of the historical demographic information as they prepare Aquí Chicago. So be on the lookout. Rudy Lozano, you're here. These were your students, Keno, that raised the issue about why isn't there more representation of Latinos in the Chicago History Museum? And lo and behold, they responded, and we now have Aquí Chicago. So let me share with you some of the notes. You can see that, yeah, so yay, bravo, Rudy. And Rudy's there with his familia, right? All right, and including his mom, Lupe. So thank you all so much, and his wife, Selena, and his father-in-law, right? The whole tribe. So thank you all for being here. Aquí Chicago, Elena Gonzalez is a PhD. She's the curator of civic engagement and social justice at the Chicago History Museum. First slide, she wants to thank everyone. She wants to thank Great Cities, and she wants to express her strongest regrets for not being able to be there. So Aquí Chicago started as a response to student protests on the lack of Latine representation at the Chicago History Museum, and that was about 2019. She says that GCI has been a vital partner, yay GCI, that's been engaged and a research advisor. And I want to shout out to Jack Rocha because he's been our point person from Great Cities who's been working with them. The students needed context for their history, not only a temporary exhibition. That's why there's so much more to the project. So students received paid internships for teens 16 to 20, that's really awesome. There was a collaboration with communities around the area to ask how can Chicago History Museum participate in preserving and presenting their history. So you can see some of the folks that they interviewed and talked to. And on October 3rd, they're having an event in Elgin at the library, at the Gail Borden Library. So next slide. Collecting must be done collaboratively with partners, not extractive. And so filling in the holes for the Chicago History Museum collection allows them to tell a more holistic history. There's also an effort to capture some of the indigenous languages. You'll hear some more when we hear from our ambassador from Mexico later this morning, who's going to talk about the growing indigenous communities in our suburbs. Our original research piece in this project documented indigenous languages of Latin American heritage around the area in collaboration with the native speakers. So this is really awesome. I'm so happy to see that they're going to be doing that, and we really look forward to that. Aquí in Chicago, the exhibition, there'll be an opening October 2025, so be on the lookout for that. They'll be celebrating historically persistent cultural presence of Latinate communities in Chicago, including many forms of cultural maintenance, as well as more active resistance to discrimination. And this is where GCI comes in. I'm reading from the slide. For me as a scholar, the engaged research of GCI has been important to me for many years. GCI tacks back and forth between tapping into the wealth of information available from within the academy and the everyday work, life, and necessities in communities. Across Chicago, we rely on their reports and maps, especially those emerging from the Latino Research Initiative. Thank you, Elena, for that shout out. Yay, GCI. So it was natural for me to explore the possibility of a partnership with GCI in this project. The result is actually a dream come true for me. So here's some of the maps that we produced for the, and again, these are things that'll be available during the exhibit. They'll be nicely blown up. So we had a whole set of maps that we did for them that they're using in their gallery and online, including visualizations of the metro and city area during the past 100 years, showing the longstanding population, the diverse population, and the various movements of our populations throughout the city. So they do have a website. And this is, well, actually, I guess they're building it. So this is a sneak preview in development where all the maps will be, and they'll exist beyond the live event of the exhibition itself. And she thanks us. And Elena, thank you for these slides. I know at some point you'll see the video for this event. We're sorry you couldn't be here to join us, but she does want to thank the whole team, especially Jack Rocha, Matt Wilson, Ali Pilagar, Yibing Lee, and Andrea Angulo. Muchísimas gracias, and thank you to all from Elena. Thank you. Now I have the great pleasure of introducing our next panel. This panel is, and I'm going to ask them to start coming up. So again, we're highlighting our partnerships. So I want to thank and acknowledge all of you who are here in the room, who have been our partners and who may be our future partners and who've been maybe some of the beneficiaries of our partnerships. On the table, I mentioned that I think that I put a list of the different organizations that were represented in the various RSVPs. So we're really happy that we have such a broad range of folks that are doing really important work throughout Chicagoland. But now I'm going to introduce a panel on a report that we just finished, hot off the press. The launch was yesterday at the the National Museum of Mexican Art down on 19th Street. I assume you've all been there. If you haven't, be sure and go to that museum. It's an awesome museum. Incredible exhibits. People come from all over the world to go to that museum. In this next panel, we're going to have members of, executive directors, CEOs of 5 community organizations throughout Chicagoland who serve Latino communities specifically, and more predominantly Mexican communities. And they had the idea that there should be a report on Mexicans in Chicago. So they came to us, and I want to begin, and if you guys can go ahead and start coming up, I want to begin by acknowledging the people from the Great Cities Institute who worked on this report, working long hours, working weekends, taking a lot of pride. Ellie, I'm not sure if Ellie's here yet. Ellie Pellegrim, new researcher at GCI. He's David Segovia, excuse me. He is awesome, totally awesome. Matt Wilson was a really important part of this. Jose Miguel Acosta Cordova. We had some interns from Northwestern that were here with us this summer. Jay Campos, who is here as student at UIC. And then we were pushed by our fearless leader, Juan Gonzalez, on this report. Juan Gonzalez, who you'll hear later this morning, will be giving a keynote speech, and he'll talk more about the report. But Juan, as you know, is a senior fellow at Great Cities Institute. He's also a co-host of Democracy Now! He's the author of several books, including Harvest of Empire. If you haven't read that book, read it. I've read it before, but I've been listening to it. I've been falling asleep to my audiobook, listening to Harvest Empire. So I woke up this morning listening to the folks in Panama, right, hearing about, because he takes us all over Latin America, and then talks about their communities here in the United States and the Harvest of Empire. So we were really fortunate that Juan was such a key part of this report, and we love the fact that Juan is Boricua, right, and working on a report on Mexicans in Chicago. We had Ecuadorians, we had an Iranian, we had a range of folks working on this report, right? And everybody, I think, really believed on the importance of highlighting the importance of that Mexicans make to Chicagoland. I mean, really critical economically, culturally, and so on. So I'm going to turn it over now to the moderator for this panel. I just love this woman. This woman, I mean, you got to read her book, Hometown Associations. She's an incredible scholar. Just a really wonderful, wonderful person, and one of the jewels of UIC. So let me introduce Professor Xochitl Bada, who I think might be standing right behind me, and I will turn this over to her.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to Teresa Cordova for her invitation to moderate this panel. It's a real honor to be in the presence of executive directors of community-based organizations who came together and accomplished this important research. The second largest concentration of Mexicans in the US is in Chicago, just after Los Angeles. Today, 1 in 5 residents of Cook County is Mexican. No wonder there is so much pride around Mexico's Independence Day celebration. Just last Sunday, El Grito was reinaugurated in Grand Park to celebrate 214 years of Mexico's independence from Spain. This morning, 5 amazing leaders of Chicago nonprofits are here. They will tell us about their experiences of making fruitful alliances with academic institutions like great cities to generate knowledge that is useful to their everyday operations. The data presented in the new report, Fuerza Mexicana, the past, present, and power of Mexicans in Chicagoland, will hopefully inform public policy decisions and the generation of new socioeconomic profiles that will help us understand the needs and great contributions of Mexicans to the counties of Cook, DuPage, Kane, Lake, McHenry, and Will. Mexicans have been living in Chicago as far back as the early 1850s, so their historical presence is longer than a century. Yet, the pace of scholarship produced to recognize their visibility and multiple contributions to the wealth of this city is only beginning. We still have a lot to know about their resilience, their ways of organizing, their educational needs, their multiple cultures and languages spoken at home besides English and Spanish, as well as their accurate indigenous identities. This report is long overdue and will be added to the painfully short list of seminal works of Mexicans in Chicago. Let's hope this report becomes an example that will stimulate new community-engaged research that brings visibility to the needs of Mexican and other Latinx communities. It is about time. Let's keep the momentum. I invite you to browse the further reading section to be amazed how much new scholarship on Mexican Chicago has been produced in the last quarter century. But let's begin the conversation. And we prepare a set of questions so you get to know juicy tidbits of the report, along with what is their everyday lives and their operations of these amazing organizations. So what the format will be in the following 30 minutes is that I will pose a set of questions to the executive directors, and you have their bios, so I am not going to take time for their bios, because what we want this morning is that you can hear what they came here to tell you. And without further ado, I will begin by my first question to the panel. Why do you think the newly released Mexicans in Chicago report is so important to your work in your organizations? For this question, we would like you to talk about the value of collaborating with Great Cities Institute and about your experience reaching out to UIC to fulfill your data needs on Mexicans in Chicago. Each panelist has 2 minutes.
Okay, buenos dias, good morning, everyone. A few things. One is thank you to Xochitl for moderating, and for Teresa and the great team at UIC Great Cities Institute for inviting us to present today. I think for us it was really critical to have a better understanding of what the Mexican population's challenges, needs, and as well as the dynamic that we're seeing here in the great Chicagoland area. One thing that has become obvious several decades ago was that Mexicanos were not just entering Chicago as a port port of entry, but also going to the suburbs. But we didn't have a lot of data. And unfortunately, we oftentimes don't have ethnic or national origin data from not-for-profits or from government agencies. So a natural partner to us was going to UIC Great Cities Institute. Our organization, Mujeres Latinas en Acción, had previously partnered with UIC, and we believed in their capacity to help us to not only collect data and work in a collective way with us, because partnership is important, but also because we wanted to make sure that we were being as expansive as possible about our analysis. Each one of our organizations has kind of different focal points in terms of social services, education, housing, immigration, gender-based violence, and business development. And all of that was something that we thought that UIC would be able to help us in terms of collecting that data. And I think the other thing too is that we know that the Mexican community has a unique relationship with UIC. We often forget that there were a large group of Mexicanos and Puerto Ricanos in the Little Italy area, and many of us went to a UIC, or our parents went to UIC. So I think for us, it was a natural partner to work with.
Good morning. I'll echo that and say that for us, it's also about the capacity. We had been meeting as a group of executive directors for a while, just commiserating, sharing strategies, talking about how we're leading our organization and ways and sharing ways that we're serving our community. But that question often came up is like, do we really understand? Do we have a pulse on where our community is at right now? And so for us, it really begged the question. Getting this information would help us. We hope we're going to use this information, or we will, I should say, to enhance our programming, to think about other ways that we can collaborate, to think about how we can reach other communities, right? Yes, the focus here is the Mexican community, but naturally there are natural alliances and similar struggles, and so we just want to be very clear about what they are, so that way we know moving forward who are those partnerships and who are those collaborators that we need to be working with.
Good morning, everybody. Before I answer the question, shout out to Rudy Lozano and Jose Rico, because I haven't seen you two in a while, and it's beautiful to see you guys.
Where you been?
Do a lot of great work in the community, so that makes me smile. Thank you for being here. I think, to the issue of programming, when we think about things like even immigration policy, in 1996, when IRA passes, that really had an effect on the Mexican community. They eliminated 245I. They instituted 3- and 10-year bars for people that left the country without knowing. Coming back, they were triggering bars to be able to become legal permanent residents. They instituted lifetime bars. So when policies come out in this country, we want to be able to look at it from a Mexican lens and say, how does this affect the Mexican community? And a lot of times, we have these policies that are really blanketed to immigrants, but because of our proximity to Mexico, some of these policies really have a deep effect on the Mexican community. So we just want to be able to use this data to inform our programming and also policy recommendations.
Good morning, everybody. A lot of friends, a lot of familiar faces. This work is really important to me because it directly relates to the work that my organization does. So we are Greater Southwest Development Corporation, been around 50 years, and I'm the third executive director in the history of the organization. And I'm going to share a little bit about that because it directly relates to the work that we're doing here in the Mexican Report. The first executive director was a son of Italian immigrants, and he was at Marquette Park when Martin Luther King marched. And he was there when he got hit with a brick in his head. And that inspired him to start Greater Southwest to fight against the predatory lending practices of banks on the Southwest side. And he was there for a very long time, grew the organization. The second leader was African American. He was there for about 10 years, transformed the organization, really did innovative work around real estate and community development. And I'm the third leader of the organization. I'm the son of undocumented Mexican immigrants from Durango, Mexico. And the story of my organization, I think, really directly relates to the story of the Southwest side. We don't know our communities. I think Pilsen and Little Village, rightly so, get a lot of attention. They make the news. That's where the parades are held. But did you know that Gage Park has a community of over 90% Mexicanos, right? The communities of Brighton Park, Chicago Lawn, West Lawn, those are all rich with our gente, but we don't know that information. So as an organization, that focuses on developing the economy of the Southwest Side and not having the numbers and not knowing the baseline of where we're at, I think it really hampers the work that we do. And so working and talking and meeting with these fellow CEOs and executive directors and talking about the lack of data and the lack of insight and being frustrated, I think that energy got turned into action, and I'm really proud to be part of this group. And then we finally have a report that shows the numbers and shows the disparities and creates a set of recommendations and action plans for us to really start tackling some of the critical issues in our community. So really happy to answer more questions and really proud to be part of this group.
Hi, everyone. Jose Munoz, I'm the Executive Director for La Casa Norte. We're a housing organization that serves youth and families who are experiencing homelessness. I guess I got to answer this question in two parts. The first part is just really thinking about when all of us started to get together, and really it was Luis Gutierrez who brought us all together, who spearheaded that and wanted us to come together and really talk about the issues that were impacting our community and what we were doing as organizations to address those issues. Early on, we just realized that, one, this report was really personal, and the fact that all of us are Mexicanos, all of us want our children, our families, the people around us in our community to really have an understanding of what it really means to be Mexicano and to be proud of that. And there's just not enough information out there to really highlight that and really talk about it. Enough research out there to really talk about what our community needs really are. But the other one had to do more professionally and just really thinking about the fact that, one, we all understand Latinos are not a monolith. We know that there's a large population of Latinos in the state of Illinois, and the largest subset within that are Mexicanos. And despite the fact that Mexicanos are the largest, one of the fastest growing populations in the state of Illinois, in the city of Chicago, there wasn't enough data to be able to even make a compelling argument on why organizations like ours should be funded to support that community. And when you think about it, just because a lot of those decisions are made based on data. So where's the data that shows, what Mexicanos, what the housing needs of Mexicanos are? Where's the data on violence specifically and how it impacts Mexicanos? We know that our experiences are very different, our migration patterns are very different, but we need something to highlight that and to be able to show and provide data and enough information for folks to be able to make a compelling case on why we should be paying attention specifically to Mexicanos in the city of Chicago. Because if we're not doing it, not only are our communities going to suffer, but the entire city of Chicago is going to suffer for it. And that was really a big part of it. And it made sense for us at that point even to talk about, well, UIC, it seems to be a natural partner. We're already creating reports. They already have the data. We have folks that are within, like Teresa, who are leading that and having a deep understanding of what our community needs. And we wanted somebody that was going to be passionate about the topic as well.
Thank you, Jose. And that's very important for me to remember that I met Luis Gutierrez 25 years ago now, when he was a young executive director, when I was working for Harlem Alliance for Human Needs and Human Rights when I was a grad student. So he then was very passionate, and in 2015, he invited me to be part of the MEX Talks, and he inaugurated a series of discussions in which he will bring interns from UIC, and we will help him craft a reading list to know what has been the history of Mexicans in the city. And it's been very frustrating, as I was telling you before, that there is not enough information, neither historical nor contemporary, that can really document the presence of the rich presence of Mexicans in Chicago. So it's really, really deeply personal to me that finally these wonderful executive directors, who happen to be very modest and not all of them introduce themselves, so which is something that I'm going to do right now, have decided to come together and partner with academia to have these very fruitful conversations that will make us better as researchers. So we learn with those who are in their everyday lives working with Mexicans, and us who are always in our offices. So this is what I call a virtuous circle of collaborations between community and academia. So since they didn't, not all of them introduced themselves, and the bios do not have pictures, so let me introduce very quickly. You have the bios, but now you will match the face. To my far right, Linda Xochitl Tortolero, President and CEO, Mujeres Latinas en Acción. Welcome, Linda. Then, in the same order, from right to left, we have Cristina de la Rosa, Executive Director, Erie Neighborhood House. Next, Luis Gutierrez, Latinos Progresando. Adrián Soto, Executive Director, Greater Southwest Development Corporation. And the one closest to me, Jose M. Muñoz, Executive Director, La Casa Norte. And now with a proper welcome, and now you can see who's who, then we will move on to the next question that I have for the panel. What did you learn from the report that surprised you the most? What was the most counterintuitive finding that you observed in the data?
I can get us started. I was in charge, or not in charge, but like a point person for the education piece in the report. And one of the data points in there, there's information in there about Mexicanos or Mexican students in CPS, and we are a large portion of that population within the schools. And so from there, it got a little more granular, looking at academic performance, and it also showed that there were some percentage points lower than the rest of the population. And so yesterday we were at the National Museum of Art, and we launched the report there. And right after we ended the event, a reading specialist, a literacy specialist from CPS came up to me and was really interested in talking more about that. And so I was happy about that, because this is the reason why we wanted to launch this report, is to get these conversations going and start to really talk about the data that we currently have. And she said, I hear that, but what's happening, or what her experience is within the schools, is that the Mexican students there, or the Latino students as well, they know English, they're just not at proficiency level. And the way that the data is collected within the system, it automatically puts them into this ESL category. And so it was a very interesting point, I think, and I was really happy that this data is just, one, encouraging people to really think about how we're collecting the data. I think we should look at the tools that we're using to collect data. Are we really categorizing or capturing the picture? So for me, I think that was something that right away, those are some of those key takeaways for me, at least for right now.
I'll go next. So I was part of the suburban focus group as well as the health focus group. And one of the things that was really important to us in doing this report is when we talk about data, academic research data is very important. Scholarly review is very critical. But we also believed in doing community data-driven reports. So we had several focus groups. And I'm so glad that we all spent time on doing that. In one of our focus groups, we examined health, and we also examined the suburbs. And one thing that came to light is why it's so important to do peer-to-peer education, or the Promotora de Salud model, which Mujeres has been championing for 30 years. But one thing that really came out of that discussion was our promotoras were telling us equitable access is not just having the information in Spanish. There are lower levels of Spanish literacy, especially among Mexicanos, those that are coming from rural parts of Mexico. And also we have to remember our indigenous Mexicanos, who for many of them don't speak Spanish, especially women, or they have very low levels of Spanish literacy. So when we think about equitable access, we need to really think about how do we make sure that health information or educational information, how to sign up your kid for school, is done in such a way where there's conversations happening. Because I think oftentimes we always think about language access as having things written down, and that's not enough. That is not working in our community. And Mexicanos that have lower education levels and attainment compared to some of the other Latino ethnic groups, that's something that we really need to take into account.
There are a couple of things that were surprising to me. I used to think that we were the first family that were Mexicans that came to Chicago. I learned that was not true. The Mexican community has been building neighborhoods in this area for over 100 years. I found that really inspiring in some ways, and then, a little heartbreaking in others. One other thing that I learned, and I know there's a lot of data that goes with this, but sometimes the stories are what capture me. So Operation Wetback was launched in the early 1950s in the city of Chicago, and specifically on Mexican Independence Day here. And so that was a little bit heartbreaking. And yesterday, I had an opportunity to spend some time with Congressman Garcia, and he was flipping through the report, and very excited because of some of the pictures that we chose to be in the report. For some of you who know Dion, Dion was in some of those pictures. But he showed me a picture of Midway Airport, and you see all of these Mexicans lined up during Operation Wetback to be deported. And he was saying to me, look at Midway Airport now. Look at the neighborhood now and who lives there and who represents this area. And so, you know, we've come a long way, but we just have a lot further to go. And then the last thing that really stood out to me, and for those of you who have had the pleasure of working with Great Cities Institute and Teresa specifically, I'd say that, you know, we would be like, hey, Teresa, but what about this? And she's like, I'm like, what if we had more time? She's like, it's not about time, Luis. There is no data on the Mexican community. And so that has been one of the biggest challenges, and one of our first policy recommendations is that we start to collect data on who we are so that we can have better information, and that leads to better programming and better policies.
Yeah, I want to continue off of something that Luis said. He talked about Mexicanos building Chicago. So something that really jumped out at me in the data is that over 70% of the construction laborers in the Chicagoland area are Mexicanos. So our hands are literally building this city, and yet we're not represented at the upper echelons of government, of philanthropy, of nonprofit, on and on. And so when you talk about the vitality, when you talk about projects, when you talk about growth of our city, our gente are literally the ones behind it. Another thing that was a little bit surprising is the lack of available data for us to identify those discrepancies in leadership, in business ownership, and so it just doesn't exist. So there's more work to do for us to be able to point to what we all anecdotally or every day know that we're not in decision-making positions. So yes, we're building the city, but who's designing the city, who's approving, who's getting the financing, who's benefiting from that? For the most part, it's not our gente. So there's more work to do, but there's a lot of information in there, a lot of data that points to the fact that we're the energy and the vitality behind our city and then our area.
Yeah, I think similar to what Luis shared, you know, for me it was, one, yes, it was surprising to see how long we've been here, and, you know, and I still feel very optimistic about how much progress we've made, but we should be much farther ahead, you know, and then the other area was just in terms of the data, what data was not available, and that was surprising to me, that, you know, it was very difficult to go in, and as we were working on this report, I think early on, and Luis actually mentioned this yesterday when we were at the launch, how difficult initially it was to try to get folks to help support this report and to get it out, and it was tough to get enough support and raise the money to be able to get the report out. But fast forward, as we're getting closer to the end, and we're talking more and we're having the focus, I really saw a lot of excitement from people wanting to get more information and more data. In fact, even yesterday, we were getting questions about, well, why isn't this in the report? And why are we doing this in the report? And we should be building on this. And, you know, so it's great to see that kind of energy, because I think we always approach this with this idea that, look, if we build it, they will come. If we get this report out, we get it out, we'll be able to build and do more in the future, because people are going to get excited to do it. And that for me, that was nice to see yesterday, and continue to see people get excited about the fact that we have this report out. And when the next one is.
Yes, we're really looking for the next one. As I was telling you, this is a painfully short list. We need more scholarship. We need more scholars. We need more urban planners. It's very important that our communities get to become highly educated and they become champions in their own communities. And I also want to tell you that I am very happy this morning to be in great company of those who have done a lot to understand Mexican community prior to 1980s, because as the panelists are telling you, there is nearly not enough information post-1980. But let's be fair and shout out to all those historians and others, non-historians but scholars, who have done a wonderful work in documenting the last 100 100 years of Mexican presence. And I can name, because I am seeing many of them in front of me, so maybe an incomplete list, but I want to really recognize those that you will see in the further reading list in the amazing report. Ralph Cintron, Teresa Cordova, Luis Año Nuevo Kerr, Lilia Fernandez, Gabriela Arredondo, Michael Inés Jimenez, Mike Amezcua, John Flores, Nicolas de Genova, and Jose Miguel Acosta. In no particular order, but these are super important figures that have helped us correct the record of Mexicans, the presence of Mexicans in Chicago. And with that, then I move on to the last but most important question. Because if you were thinking, if you are here in a community organization role or in a philanthropy role, it's very important that you get to know what is next, what is needed. So for that, please pay a lot of attention what the executive directors are about to tell you for the last question of the panel. What is your future agenda? In other words, what else is important for your organization to know to do your job better and inform policymaking at local, state, and federal levels?
You want me to start? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just think, I think in terms of what's next and what the future holds, it's like, one, think of this report as a first step. You know, this report, there's definitely a lot more data, a lot more information out there. I think another thing that was important for us, and we had this conversation early on, is like, well, if we create a report that's specifically about Mexicanos, are other folks gonna feel left out, right? Because there was, because we're only talking about Mexicanos here. And so early on we knew that, okay, we need to do this report. We still need to get specific information about Mexicanos. But part of it is also about the fact that, part of having a Latino identity is being proud of where your origins are and where you come from, regardless of where you're from, whether you're Mexicano, Puerto Riqueño, Dominicano, you're proud of who you are. And Mexicanos should be just as proud of who they are. And so a part of this is just looking into the future is, one, making sure that we can continue to be proud to be Mexicanos, to be able to have information, to understand our history, for our children to understand that information, but also for other groups to be looking at the fact that, there is a value. And while there is a value in Latinidad and coming together, there's also a value in making sure that we're parsing out data, information, in our history, because we have very different backgrounds, migration patterns, and we should not be lumped in together and then in our history erased. And so for us, as we think about the future, I do think that part of one of the things that is in our agenda is to make sure that we're out there talking about the report, that we're inviting all of you to share that information and to get as much information out there as possible about this report and to have a conversation about it.
Yeah, I think for me the future is awakening our Mexican community. So even just talking about us as a community, I think is an amazing first step. I led the focus group on economic development and labor, and you have no idea how many times people self-corrected, stopped themselves, called themselves Latino, Latinx, Hispanic, corrected, said Mexican. So it's just, there's a high level of we're extremely uncomfortable talking about ourselves and what makes us unique, our unique challenges. And so I think this report will serve to just launch us into having conversations, into talking about ourselves, within our family, within our friends, within ourselves as a community. What makes us unique, what opportunities exist, and the fact that we're 1 in 5 in the Chicagoland area, and yet we aren't represented at different levels of leadership. We don't have the representation among business ownership. Wealth is just it's a travesty. And so just awaken our community, take action, and this is just the beginning. So there's a lot more to do. We have a lot of plans, but what's most exciting is when we talk to other people and they have their own plans. And they're launching off into other directions. And so even walking in, I'm having conversations like, I can't wait to do this. I have this idea to do that. And so we can't wait to see what's to come from this report.
Great question. And so for me, I think the future is about leadership. If you think about Dr. Teresa Cordova, it's been amazing to have a partner like her in this project, but there should be, how do we get 20, 30, 40 people like her running departments at different universities? We have the Healthy Community Foundation here. They've been absolutely amazing to work with. Actually, one of my favorite foundations to work with in the city. And Maria Pesquera runs it, and Nora Garcia is a leader there, and they are the ones that are making these decisions that help us to do things like this. And so how do we have, 20, 30 Marias and Noras out in the world pushing this work? And you have Manny Perez and Destiny Ortega over there, phenomenal leaders in the city of Chicago. How do we get 50 of them in positions of power so when these things come up, we don't have to go out and try to convince somebody why this is important. They get it, they understand, and they can put resources behind it. And so my hope is that with this report, we are starting the path and going in that direction intentionally and not leaving our leaders to have to get there organically on their own and turning around and not having anybody there next to them that they call friends and partners.
Definitely agree with my colleagues up here and thinking about those follow-up conversations. But going back to and looking at, for me personally, looking back at our programs, our services, is there anything that we can be doing differently? Is there any way to enhance based off of some of the information that we learned in the report? But the other piece I'll share is that in the report, you'll see that youth 18 and young adults 18 to 24 entering college or post-secondary education are Mexican. However, we're not finishing school. And so talking kind of, piggybacking off of Luis and thinking about leadership, how are we preparing young adults for leadership positions? How are we providing mentorship and thinking through how to build them to eventually represent our communities as well in the spaces that they occupy?
So I want to read a quote from the paper. It's on page 26 for folks who have Fuerza Mexicana. And this is from one of the focus groups and the surveys that came out. And it said, "I am very Mexican, right? So that's my identity. That's what I love. I had to learn to fit into a label in the United States because then we encounter that, oh, we are Hispanic. And later on, we are Latinos. And later on, Latinx. But nobody asked me or anybody to see what would make us, what will reflect us better or represent us better. To me, there's a lack of respect that we were just given labels because we live in the United States." So when I saw that quote, I think what I thought about is what I have learned from young people. I'm Generation X, so in my 40s, and oftentimes I'm very jealous of how young people talk about themselves and about systems of oppression. But one thing that I'm very glad that I am surrounded by younger generations is they talk about how we hold multiple identities as people. You can be Latino, Latine, Latinx, and you can be Mexican, Puerto Rican, Argentine, Bolivian, and whatever else that other national origins from Latin America and still be proud. So I think that we have to really urge ourselves to have conversations about why it's important that people identify for themselves and not feel awkward about talking about being Mexican or whatever their national origin is. We have to respect people more. And so in order to do that, we need to have conversations and ask people what they are. And whether they go for a certain sports team, just like we'll make fun of them there, of what sports teams they go for, but we shouldn't belittle or make people feel uncomfortable for claiming who their identity is. Because for me, that is a system of oppression when we feel less than or we are not asked to talk about why we are proud to be who we are.
Thank you, Linda. And with that, I'd like to conclude the panel, unless there is one burning question, because we have 1 minute to spare. You got the burning question, and we close.
Buenos días. Well, first, I want to congratulate Teresa and everybody for this incredible report. As you all mentioned, I saw myself and my family in the report. My abuelo came over here on the railroad in the 40s. He was deported in Operation Wetback. And then the story of CPS, my story where we didn't have anybody in bilingual services. Teresa Fraga was actually the first person who was hired by Cooper School to translate for my mom and other parents there. So it's a great report. I want to congratulate all of you all. Here's my question. And the second thing, the ways in which The recommendations for the actualization of Mexicanos in Chicago, I think, were great. My question is that as you all mentioned, I believe Mexicanos, we're greatly positioned in our city to actually bring people together and take our city where we need to go. We're in every neighborhood. Our leaders are collaborative. We have this mentality, que somos la raza cósmica, so we could really work with other people. The question that I have is, what do you all think is what makes us, as Mexicanas and Mexicanos, what makes us unique that could bring people together and really catapult our city to be a multicultural city in the future? What is it about our Mexicanidad, our essence, that really sets us apart from anyone else? And the only caveat that I would add to that is, I've learned that the most important things that are important to me are not measurable, right? So it's not our economic power or this, that, or the other. But I'm wondering from your perspective, so if you were so deep in this and there's so much great stories and data, what is it about Mexicanidad that you think could catapult us forward?
Thank you for this great question. And since we are running out of time, I will ask the executive directors to pick one representative to answer the question, since we need to move on to the next panel.
Yeah, go.
Thank you for the question, Jose. We're also really good-looking people, too. So you forgot that when you were describing our community. There's so much, and it's difficult to answer a question that says what makes us unique. I think all of us as human beings have all of these things. One of the things that always warms my heart when I think about our community is how we come together. It doesn't matter what the situation is. You can walk into a room full of Mexicans, and if you're hungry, you're going to eat. If you need a place to stay, somebody's going to open the door for you. And that is something that the Mexican community, to me, does for everyone. And again, I don't know, I'm blessed because I know so many people, even looking around this room, there's so many people that fight for everybody's rights. And it's not just about us, it's about our city, it's about the people that live in the city. And again, we just have this unique way of making people feel welcome. We open the doors to everybody and we say, let's get going. I mean, remember when COVID hit? 60623 was the highest positivity rated zip code in the state for a long time. What did everybody do? Man, everybody dropped everything, came together. And I remember at the time, one time I said to the city, I'm like, hey, we don't see you that much in Little Village. And they said to me, that's because you guys have it together. All of you guys come together so well. We're spending time in other areas where they don't have the structures that you have. And so maybe some of our communities are in lower income neighborhoods, but man, the way that we pull together to make things happen and get things done for ourselves, our families, our neighbors, is absolutely impressive. So I would say that's one of the things that I think is beautiful about our community.
Thank you, Luis. And please join me for a round of applause in thanking the leaders. So I invite everyone to read the report.
Gracias.
Thank you.
All right. That was awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Bada. Thank you, all of you. We will be having the next panel. Those of you on the next panel, if you could start getting ready to come up. So I just want to acknowledge some folks that are in the house. The Dean of College of Urban Planning and Public Affairs is here. Dean White, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Okay, I want to acknowledge also, we've got some other friends in the house. We've got lots of friends in the house. I want to acknowledge we have representatives from Senator Richard Durbin. We have a representative. Thank you for being here. We have a representative from Tammy Duckworth, Senator Tammy Duckworth, also here. You'll be meeting some more of the legislators, Illinois Latino legislators, later this morning. They'll be coming, but I see that Representative Norma Hernandez is here. Thank you, Norma. Okay, the next panel is starting. So the first thing I want to do is I want to express regrets. Saeed Sanchez, who is one of our most favorite people, one of our most favorite partners. We love working with Saeed. and with Gil Zamora. We work with them on this report that you're going to hear about now called Activate. So filling in for Saeed is our wonderful Linda Tortorero, who is you just heard from, who's the CEO of Mujeres en Acción. And their next panel is officially beginning now. This one is on Activate. I'm going to turn it over to Linda Tortorero.
Good morning. Buenos dias. This is a slanted podium. I think my water bottle will fall. So yes, unfortunately, Saeed couldn't be with us, and I will try to do my best to follow in their footsteps for today. So thank you all for coming. Buenos dias. On behalf of Mujeres Latinas en Acción, we're very happy to talk about our year after the launch of our Activate position paper that was done in partnership with UIC Great Cities Institute. And I am delighted to be joined by three excellent leaders in Illinois. We have Representative Norma Hernandez, the Executive Director of the Illinois Coalition Against Sexual Assault, and Woods Fund Program Officer Andrea Ortiz. Please thank you for all the applause for these wonderful speakers. So just a little background about Activate. So Mujeres Latinas en Acción is the longest standing Latina organization in the country. We are 51 years old, and yes. And we wanted to do several activities to celebrate our 50th anniversary here in Chicago. And one of them was creating our first position paper. And so we approached UIC Great Cities to do this, and we were very excited by the results. One of the things that was really important for us is as we do more advocacy work in Chicago, Cook County, the state, and across the country, we want to make sure it's grounded in policy recommendations that are based on community data-driven results and information, to make sure that we're guided in the right direction that is very much grounded in what community needs. I know that there are some copies of Activate that are in the front as you register, so please feel free to grab one or take one or go to our website and you can find it as well. One of the things that we wanted to make sure that we did with Activate was to widely distribute it, but also to make sure that we were taking action steps to do the work that we always want to do for supporting survivors, entrepreneurs, organizers, promotores de salud, and other participants at Mujeres Latinas en Acción. So I wanted to, first of all, direct some questions to these lovely leaders, but making sure to remind you that at your tables there are bios. They have fabulous backgrounds and experiences, but I don't want to use our precious time on reading that, so I will take that cue from the previous moderator. I would love to hear from each of you, what your perspective was and what context were you wanting to be involved with Mujeres and the Activate project. So I'll go to Representative Norma Hernandez first, who has a special history with the project.
Thank you so much, Linda. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Buenos dias. I'm very grateful to be here, and it's a very much full circle moment for many reasons, but as a former employee for Great Cities Institute, I had the privilege to immerse myself in doing a lot of research from all different kinds, from all over the city. And even before I even thought about running for office or even having the opportunity to be an elected official in this space, I was under the leadership and mentorship of Teresa Cordova, who really gave me the opportunity to see that I too can be a researcher and what that looked like. I too can be a professor one day and get involved in the world of academia, because I see the power of research and how research really is what helps shift policies. And also that's the tools that organizers and policy advocates and community leaders need in order for them to also be able to push their agenda. And when the conversation started around Activate, Teresa actually involved me in those conversations from the very beginning. And I remember getting introduced to Linda and everyone from the entire team of Mujeres Latinas en Acción. And I was there from the very beginning of the entire design of this document to also facilitating the focus groups with hundreds of women, survivors that were already being either have already gone through the Mujeres Latinas en Acción resource, have already used their resources, but are continuing to get their services, and really getting an idea of what these women have gone through in a sensitive manner, right? Because it's a very sensitive topic, but making sure that we're getting the information that we need to know that what they're currently getting in terms of resources and services is working, and where the gaps are, and how we can improve, and how we can continue to make sure that Mujeres Latinas en Acción stays as a grassroots organization and make sure that they are serving their community well, and how much more resources we can get if we do real strategic planning. So being involved in all of that from the very beginning of this document to then advocating for funding and resources in Springfield this year on the state budget. Some of the things that we were very concerned about was the loss of ARPA funds and what that does to domestic violence and sexual assault survivor services. And knowing that losing this money, we already need more money now with the current money that we have with ARPA. Now imagine losing the ARPA funds and having even less. And being in Springfield and advocating with all of our caucuses, right, the Latino caucus, the Progressive caucus, the Women's caucus, and making sure that this was an issue area that we put at the forefront when it comes to protecting women and survivors, not just women, right, but understanding that this was my moment to really advocate strongly, because I literally was here from the very beginning as someone that's a survivor as well. It really meant a lot to me to make sure that we really pushed for this, and we were able to get that funding. It was the first of its kind for it to be that much in Illinois history, and we're thankful that Governor Pritzker and also the Illinois Legislature, General Assembly were able to also not fight us to get this funding. It didn't seem like it was actually going to be a very hard ask when you think about the bigger picture. So that's what it meant to me, is being that advocate from the very beginning to having be a policymaker and making sure that we got the resources that we needed for our communities.
Thank you, Representative Hernandez. So for Mujeres, we were just delighted to have Representative Hernandez join us, because to really be someone who's a student and then run for office and then represent Illinois in such a great way and survivors across the state, it's such a unique perspective. So thank you so much for that. So next I want to direct a question to Carrie Ward of Illinois Coalition Against Sexual Assault. Mujeres has been a longtime partner of Illinois Coalition Against Sexual Assault. Our staff have worked closely with ICASA team for many initiatives and many program services. And I've enjoyed working with Carrie in Springfield, talking to our legislators about the importance of funding for sexual assault survivors as a priority for Illinois policymakers. In Activate, a section on gender-based violence, one of the policy priorities was establishing the need for long-term sustainable funding for survivor services. Shortly after the Activate publication, rape crisis centers in Illinois supporting survivors and across the country and territories received devastating cuts through the Victims of Crime Act funding, which is a critical source of grants funding for gender-based violence services across the country. Carrie, can you take a moment to share about our historic win this past spring for rape crisis centers in Illinois, and why a multi-pronged approach to advocacy for survivor services is so important?
Absolutely. Thank you, Linda. Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. It's wonderful to be here with all of you. I think timing is impeccable sometimes for the good and sometimes not so much. And the rollout of Activite and sharing the information and the data therein really aligned with the budget cuts that Linda referred to. ICASA, as a statewide network of rape crisis centers, had received about $18.8 million in federal VOCA funds. And we learned in February of 2023 that effective 4 months later, we would be losing 50% of that funding. And that was devastating news to us. And we immediately, as a coalition and with all of our partners like Mujeres Latinas en Acción, jumped into action to try to address that in the FY24 Illinois state budget. And the wheels were already in motion for that budget, and we were unsuccessful in getting some additional funding. And what we know is the impact of that was horrific, that sexual assault programs lost staff, there are survivors that didn't receive services, there are hospitals that were reduced services. All these things happened that we knew would happen as a result of such a significant loss. And so we regrouped for FY25, and we came back and we built our coalition. And that included legislators like Representative Hernandez. It included Mujeres Latinas en Acción. It included survivors and folks from across the state. And we made every effort to go into the Illinois General Assembly and ask for $20 million for rape crisis services in FY25. And that would be a historic increase for us. We had received about $7.6 million for about 20 years and had never really seen that investment in Illinois. And our collective was large. I think our support was significant. We had support from the Latino caucus, the Progressive caucus, the Women's caucus, because it only makes sense to fund this issue, right? You know, this is not, everyone knows someone who has been impacted by sexual violence. Everyone knows someone who's been impacted by sexual violence, and they've been historically underfunded. And so our collective effort was successful this year in achieving $20 million for sexual assault services. But what we know, and what all of you know, is partly that helps offset devastating cuts that we had, right? So it isn't that we just jumped forward $20 million. It meant that we used part of that to fill a hole that we weren't expecting, a $9.5 million hole. And so I think when we look at the data that was included in Activité about how we need sustainable, ongoing funding sources for sexual assault services, it states something that should be so clear to all of us. Until sexual violence ends, we're going to need to support the efforts to support survivors in our communities. And so I think a sustained, ongoing source of funding, federal, state, and community-based, are all essential in the work that we do. And I'm just so proud of the win. I think it shows that we are better together. And I'll just share with you an example. When Mujeres Latinas came to, we decided we would have a rally in Springfield. We had not had a rally bringing all 31 centers together in several years, and we decided that we would have a rally, and we needed to be in the Capitol, in the Rotunda, demonstrating the support for these needed funds. And one of the first agencies to show up for the rally, bringing over 30 community members, actually an entire busload of community members, near 46 community members, and bringing all the wonderful support was Mujeres Latinas en Acción. I've had the opportunity to be with Linda and with Saeed at the national level, at the state level, and we're going to need to keep up this kind of effort to make sure that those funds are retained in the future. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Carrie. One of the delights that we had with Activate is that we did a couple roundtables. And one of the roundtables we did was a legislative roundtable at our Brighton Park office at Esperanza Health Centers. And Carrie traveled from Springfield to join us as we met with many members of the Illinois Legislative Latino Caucus. Representative Hernandez was there. But we had Latine policymakers from the federal, state, county, and city who were really wanting to understand what Mujeres Latinas en Acción had to report based on our Activate position paper. So thank you so much, Carrie, for being with us.
Absolutely.
And one of our other roundtables was for funders, and we were delighted that Andrea, as well as Nora Garcia from Healthy Communities Foundation, helped to co-moderate and organize a funders roundtable. So I'd like to ask Andrea, as a program officer for the Woods Fund, and because of your own personal connection to organizing in the Southwest side, can you share why funders supported Activate's mission and approach to collecting community-driven data and informing Mujeres' advocacy priorities?
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. So I actually started with philanthropy about 18 months ago. So my time with philanthropy is relatively young. My background is really in community organizing, mostly on the southwest side of the city and in the south suburbs. So I had the pleasure of meeting Saeed and Gil early in my philanthropic journey and learned about their work around Activate and was really motivated to see how we could leverage the work that they had done and ultimately position it in a way that met at the intersection of multiple stakeholders. And so as I should share a little bit about Woods Fund for those that do not know a little bit about our work. We fund exclusively community organizing and advocacy work throughout the city of Chicago, and we prioritize organizations that are grassroots, focusing on a racial equity lens and And ultimately, that means our portfolio is issue agnostic. So we have a variety of issue areas that we serve through and with our grantee partners. So keeping that in mind, Activate, I think, was exactly at the nucleus of what various stakeholders needed to really amplify and elevate their work. And I saw my positionality as one that allowed me to bring those various stakeholders. And I think the funder briefing was, as mentioned, was intended to serve that, right? So we worked together to bring funders to the table to really engage with the data in the report, but then also ask themselves, what is this data telling you, and how will it change your approach to how you work with your board and what you prioritize in your funding, right? So we had very direct and concrete asks of funders. I think folks were able to walk away very clear on this is a community-driven, rooted in data report. We can't ignore this. If we truly are funders that want to hear and prioritize the needs of those directly impacted by the issues, then these are exactly the documents that need to govern and dictate how we leverage resources in the philanthropic space. I think in addition, the other stakeholders that we brought to the table was because our portfolio is comprised of community organizations and policymakers, we were able to also spread the knowledge of Activate and ensure that our grantee partners also were aware of the data that was being captured through this work so that they too could elevate and speak concretely to the needs that their community members had. So it was very exciting for me to step into philanthropy and to already be asked to kind of play that, for a visual, that like octopus role of connecting various stakeholders and being able to ultimately amplify the hard work that was done through the work of Activate.
Thank you, Andrea. One of the lessons or takeaways that I had from the report that really stood out to my attention was how the housing crisis that's nationwide, but also in Illinois, is affecting survivors and Latinas and their families. It's to the point where now Mujeres Latinas en Acción is exploring ways to do housing services. We don't operate a shelter. We've never formally done any housing support other than emergency cash assistance for rental payments or mortgage payment. But because of the work of Activate, we are rethinking our work, and we're hoping that we can get into the rapid rehousing space. So what is a lesson or takeaway from Activate that you have found in alignment in your work? In other words, why uplift Activate or similar position papers?
I think for me, specifically with what Linda was saying, really being in those focus rooms that I was a part of during the time they were doing this report, I take those stories with me of the women that were advocating for, again, housing is such an issue. That was one of the things that we kept seeing over and over again is we need more affordable housing. We need more sustainable affordable housing. We also need more mental health long-term services, not just short-term. And this is part of an even larger conversation to mental health, right? Then for me, it helps me shift my focus again to mental health services that's long-term all across the board, not just women survivors, right? And I think the same thing goes with bilingual services as well, because I think that, and again, we're grateful for Mujeres Latinas en Acción because it is one of those very few organizations, right, that is focusing on Latinas in general and has already the Spanish language services, but we need more of that in the suburbs. And I think that was another finding that we got was that the need for more services in the suburbs, Spanish services in the suburbs is so high. And that's, again, a lot of why I ended up running for office. So I really do take a lot of those stories with me, and I take that to Springfield every time I go in Springfield.
Gracias.
One of the reasons I would add as to why to uplift a project like Activate is there are two things. One is it validates some of the information that I feel like we know anecdotally, or that we just know that what we've seen in our individual communities, what we've heard from people, and it backs that up with data. I think there are some circumstances, some funders, some situations where our anecdotal information isn't sufficient, and they want to see specifically what do the numbers say. So I think that's one of the things that Activate does. But the other thing I think that is really important is it also illuminates things that we might not have recognized before. And I think there are times we're going down one path because we think this is what's effective, and sometimes we have to step back and realize what we're being told is that that doesn't work the way we thought it did, or it used to and it doesn't anymore. And so I think it provides an opportunity to open our minds to new information and to make sure we're putting our resources in the places where it needs to go.
Thank you, Carrie.
I think in addition to what's already been shared, it ultimately makes research accessible to community, and that is invaluable. It also regrounds our work in community voice, right? It should bring stakeholders together to engage in thoughtful conversation, but ultimately remind us who we're prioritizing, who we should be prioritizing, and what we should have at the center of our work. And I think in re-emphasizing those priorities, it provides clarity, right? It reminds us that, especially in the world of philanthropy, where we can ride the wave of a hot new topic or a new issue area, we often are looking for the things that are reminding us of what the focus should ultimately be. So.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. You know, one of when we were in Springfield fighting for the historical increase for rape crisis centers, I would hear from our legislators saying, "Linda, we need data. What is really important right now? What can you share with us?" And so having Activate in your possession and be able to answer those questions from legislators in Springfield was keenly important. So I thank those individuals who are joining me with the panel to talk about the power of Activate. And before we go on to the next presentation, I do want to say that please, if you represent a not-for-profit that is doing community-based work grounded in social justice and want to think about doing a similar report or position paper, Mujeres would be happy to talk to you, but also think about UIC Grace Cities Institute to do that report. We were lucky to have funders support to do this, and then activists and legislators to help lift it up. But Activate was a game changer for Mujeres, and it obviously had an impact in Illinois in the way we think about the need to prioritize sexual assault survivors. So I really encourage you to think about creating your own position papers to lift up the work that you are doing in community day in and day out. So thank you. Thank you to the panelists. Please, a round of applause for them. And I hope I get a brownie from Teresa for ending on time.
So if you want to get a copy of Activate, I know we had some copies out there earlier, but I think they're all gone. But you can go to our website, and if you go to Latino Research Initiative, you can pull up the, actually all the different reports, you can pull them up, but you can pull up this Activate report. That was a tremendous panel, wasn't it? One more. Now you heard Representative Hernandez talk about the fact that she worked on this report. So she's, she used to be with Great Cities Institute, so she worked on this report, and then she gets to be a legislator, right, making it happen. So shout out to you, Rep. And of course, nothing makes me happier than to hear that our reports are valuable to the work of our partners, and that's what today is about. Okay, our next esteemed panel, if we can get our panelists up. All right, you've heard us, obviously you know about the Latino Research Initiative. One of the things that's also important to highlight is the Latino Research Initiative has faculty affiliates. You've already met Professor Bada. You're about to meet Professor Fernandez. Later you're going to meet Professor Macias, Patricia Macias. You're also going to meet in this panel Professor Daisy Diaz-Strong. But I want you to also meet another professor who's part of the Latino Research Initiative, which is Professor Lorena Garcia, where are you, Lorena? I know there she is, right there. I want to be sure, she does amazing work also, so she's another faculty affiliate. John Betancourt, who's not here, is another affiliate of us, as well as Dean Crespo, Dean of Applied Sciences. Okay, so we're waiting, I think, for the ambassador, who is just arrived, and here she comes. Maria Pesquera. More people, I want to thank a couple of our partners that are here. And first of all, I mentioned that Senator Duckworth and Senator Durbin have representatives. So does Congressman Chuy Garcia. I want to thank them. There's a number of legislators, and you're going to be hearing from them and from throughout the day. But there's a couple of other partners that I want to highlight. We have folks here from the Institute for Research on Race and Public Policy. We're going to be doing a report with them later on this year. So I want to thank Yvonne for being here. And also I want to thank the Latino Policy Forum for being here. Thank you very much. Also, I just saw Rosa Cabrera walk in from our Latino Cultural Center. And then Luis Gutierrez is here from Lattes. So I want to thank them and all the other UIC folks that are here as well. So I'm very happy to turn the panel over now to Professor Lilia Fernandez, who is the author of Brown in the Windy City, another one of those books that you definitely want to check out. We're so happy that Lilia has come back to Chicago. She's from Chicago, and that she's part of the UIC family, and again, part of the faculty affiliate of the Latino Research Initiative. Let me turn it over to her for this next panel on our presence, our growing presence in the suburbs.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. As Teresa said, my name is Lilia Fernandez. I'm a professor in the Department of History here at UIC. Very happy to be back home in the Chicago area, and so happy to see such an amazing turnout today. So thanks Teresa for that plug. I want to mention also, I'm so happy to be following a panel on Mujeres Latinas en Acción, since I wrote a history of it in the last chapter of my book. As far as I know, I think it's still the only published history of mujeres. And I will not say it's the only the history, because no one ever writes the history. There are many histories to be written, and this history, of course, continues today. So let me briefly introduce our panelists and get to the topic of Latinos in Chicagoland, growing presence in the suburbs. First, my far right at the end of the panel is Maria del Socorro Pesqueira, who's president of Healthy Communities Foundation. And you have more details on all of the panelists in the speaker bios on your tables. Next, in the middle there is Dr. Daisy Jimena Diaz-Strong, a colleague of mine here, assistant professor in the Jane Addams School of Social Work. And finally, here to my immediate right, Ambassador Reina Torres Mendivil, Consul General of Mexico in Chicago, the Consulate General of Mexico. So I want to begin, and I think we'll go in this order with the ambassador first, and then Daisy, and then Maria, if that's okay, by asking you some questions. Based on your work and experience, what do you feel is the most important thing that people need to know about Latinos in the suburbs? Embajadora.
I can speak specifically about Mexicans in the suburbs. And for us at the consulate, it represents a major challenge. And I guess I've heard the same comments from different organizations. All the resources tend to concentrate in the urban areas, and it's always difficult to know who they are, where they are specifically, and how to provide services. It's always a challenge, and let me give you an example. Before I was arriving here in Chicago, I got prepared for my presentation before the Senate to get the approval of the Senate to come here as Consul General. And in the document that was prepared for me to present before the different committees and the senators, there wasn't any mention of indigenous community in this region. So it was actually a surprise when I arrived here and I started meeting with them and learning that there is a large community from Michoacán, Purépecha, a large community from Oaxaca that speaks Zapoteco, but most importantly, that there are new flows coming to this area, this region where we have our jurisdiction, from Chiapas, for example. All of them speaking different languages, different indigenous languages. And one of the challenges, for example, is to make sure that we provide services to all of them in their languages, and we can talk a little bit more about that. So the distances to where we are and where we need to be close to them. For example, most of the agricultural workers that come here under the H-2A visa, and is H-2A mainly, are in the southern region. So I can also speak more about this. We have developed new mechanisms, for example, joint mobile consulates with our consulate in Indianapolis and in Kansas to make sure that we cover that southern region, particularly in the areas of Carbondale or Fairmont City, where these populations concentrate. So as I would say, to recap and answer your question, is the challenge of knowing where they are, to having data. That's also very important for us, to make sure that we are there, to get to meet them, who they are, and learn about their profile and their needs to be able to provide proper services. And the geographical challenge. To go to Carbondale, it's a 5-hour drive. So it takes a lot of effort, and we don't have the same access to partners in that area. There are some partners, great partners, of course, but not as many as here in the Chicagoland area. So we have to be creative to make sure that we provide information on education and health or legal services in that particular area in the southern part of the state. So those, I would say, are the 3 main challenges.
Thank you, Daisy.
I think what's important to know about Latinos, Latinx people in the suburbs is that they are an established, integral part of the communities. And that has been that way for many, many years. I grew up in the suburbs. When my family immigrated here from Ecuador, we moved into Wheeling, then Mount Prospect, Hanover Park, Carroll Stream. And so for me, the experience of Latinos in the suburbs was just something that I knew. But in doing research, as we've been talking about, there was a lack of data on their experiences. And I think importantly that there's a range of experiences, right? Because Latinx people, immigrants, they're not a monolith. And so in order to really understand how to serve them, we need to look at their unique experiences. And so what I was interested in was the experiences of undocumented Latinas. I was interested in that intersection between gender and exclusionary immigration policies, and I wanted to understand their experiences in the suburbs, again, because of the lack of data. And so I partnered with an organization in Bolingbrook called the Southwest Suburban Immigrant Project. So shout out to Jose Vera and Elizabeth Cervantes, who have founded the organization and who lead the organization. And what we are doing is we're collecting interviews. We're interviewing a total of 60 undocumented Latina women. We so far have about 49 interviews completed, so we are very near the end of data completion. And I'll share throughout the talk just some preliminary findings about their experiences in the suburbs. And I want to highlight that we wanted to make this research project about the community. And so it is a community-based participatory project. We have a group of 4 women who identify as immigrant women who have been trained to conduct the interviews. And so in that way, we're not just collecting data with findings that we hope will inform policy and practice, but through the research process, we are training community members with skills that they can use to better themselves and to better their community.
Daisy, I apologize. I had Matt put up your slides. I don't know if that was too early. If you want to go through them now, is that okay? Okay. Maria.
Great. Thank you. Buenos dias. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak a little bit about the western suburbs. I am with the Healthy Communities Foundation. We're a health conversion foundation that addresses and strives to achieve health equity in western Cook County. Our footprint is, because we are the legacy foundation from McNeil Hospital, so we're around 5 miles radius around McNeil Hospital. We go from Western Springs on the western side to Western Avenue on our east side, Oak Park, River Forest to the north, and then Bridgeview to the south. So if we think about the suburban side of our region, the Healthy Communities Foundation, we partnered with Community Memorial Foundation. I see Nan Silva here. Hey, Nan. With Great Cities Institute, and we're very grateful to Great Cities Institute in gathering data that shows specifically where are Latinos and where they're. But to answer your question, what surprised me with this data, and you could go into the microsite to get more information, but specifically, what surprised me or what stood out for me is the fact that Latinos in the western suburbs are not going anywhere. Let me tell you why. First of all, Latinos account for about 32% of the population in that area, and that of the 10 of the west suburban communities, there had been an increase in the Latino populations by 60% or more, right, in that area. But what's really speaking about why folks are staying is that the home ownership rate for Latinas living in the 14 of the communities in the western suburbs is at over 75%. Well, what that means is that of the Latinos living there, 75% of them own their own home. So then you go even further on that, and you think about the fact that the majority of Latinos in the region were born in the US, and also, but specifically, that the western suburbs has the 4th largest Latina population born in the US at 64.4%. So folks, we're thinking about young folks that are there, we're thinking about folks who are creating roots there, we're thinking about folks of various generations that are there. Latinas in the western suburbs, we're here to stay.
Thank you, Maria. Coming back to the ambassador, you've spoken to this a bit already, but if you could elaborate on what distinct, unique or distinct challenges you see for Latinos in the suburbs compared to the city.
Thank you. Let me go back a little bit. I would like to focus, because I was asked to do so, and I think it's important to do it, on the indigenous communities that we have in this area. I can speak generally, but I have experts here, and you've been talking about this throughout the whole day, the whole morning. So let me specify my remarks on the findings that we have about indigenous population coming to this region. And it's absolutely true. The main trigger to move outside Chicago is the cost of living, and it has to do with housing. And it has to do, as you know, people and the families get in better economic situation, they move to the suburban areas. And of course, the challenge, as I said, one of the challenges is to reach out to them. But just to give you a general overview of how the landscape is for the work that we do in terms of indigenous population, we represent an additional challenge, as I mentioned, related to the language and how to approach them, and even culturally, how they have the experience or go through the experience of going to areas in which perhaps they would be the first Anglos living there, right? So that's even another layer of challenge that they will face. We conducted a poll in 2022. It wasn't as thorough as we would have wanted, but still we got really interesting findings. The main languages that are spoken in the suburban area are, of course, as I mentioned, Purépecha in West Chicago. There is a large population of Michoacan origin, many of them Purépechas. So they spoke Purépecha, Zapotecos, I mentioned, from Oaxaca, Totonaca, Nahuatl, Maya, Mixteco, and Otomí. So most of them belong to communities that are widespread in Illinois, Michoacán, Guerrero, Guanajuato, Estado de México, and Mexico City. They concentrate, as I said, in West Chicago, Carbondale, Urbana, Champaign, Blue Island, Chicago, and I know this is not the issue of this conference, but also in the northern part of Indiana. Those indigenous communities from Chiapas that I mentioned, many of them are going to the northern part of Indiana. They speak the language most of the time, particularly the parents, and we have phenomena, really interesting situations in which the younger kids that were born here would speak English and would speak the indigenous language, but not Spanish. So that happens very often with indigenous communities. So they tend to remain close, their culture, but just recently, many institutions and many organizations are asking them to show their culture or engaging with them in different activities. One of them, of course, the consulate. We're trying to reach out to them. We created the Ventanilla de Atención a Pueblos Originarios. It's a specific booth for indigenous communities. And what we've been trying to do, something very basic, and that goes to the challenges in need, to certify them to serve as translators in different contexts, whether it's in hospitals, to get services from the consulate, in courts. So that document, that very simple document that would allow them to be the liaison between the authorities or other stakeholders and the communities, have opened a lot of those doors for them.
Thank you, gracias. Daisy?
So what I want to talk about is in terms of the challenges that they face in the suburbs. One of the questions that we asked women was just generally about the advantages and disadvantages of living in the suburbs, as well as their sense of belonging. And in terms of the advantages, they generally really liked where they lived. They talked about it feeling peaceful. They liked the schools. They liked the green spaces and access to parks. They felt that there had been a growing presence of Latinos in the suburbs, and that had made a difference in access to resources, access to grocery stores. When they go to the clinic to access health services, there's people that speak Spanish now. So all of that was a positive change. There's more festivals that represent their culture and their identity that they could attend. In terms of the challenges, they talked about that they saw some more violence. They attributed that to increase in access to guns. They also felt that the rent is very expensive, so that was one of the big disadvantages that they discussed. For undocumented women, the inability to buy homes was a big issue. And they also talked about that it had been harder to find jobs as undocumented people, that where it used to be easier to do that through like agencies, for example, and those were not great jobs. There was a lot of challenges in those jobs, but at least they had a job. Now they felt that more companies were using E-Verify or preferring newer arrivals with work permits. And so that was a very present theme, that access to jobs close to them was a problem. And I want to say something about belonging. We asked them a question about belonging, and I had expected them to say they didn't belong a little bit more. I often talk to students, and when students talk about belonging, they talk about feeling accepted, feeling heard, feeling represented, feeling seen in the curriculum. When I asked the undocumented women about belonging in their communities, they often said that they did belong. And the reasons they gave was, one, economic. They rent, they pay taxes, they buy products, they go to restaurants, and so economically they felt that they were established and therefore they belonged. They also talked about belonging because that's just where they were doing their lives. They were raising their children there. It's the only place they had been. When they immigrated, they went to that suburb and they stayed there. So we're talking 10, 20, 30 years living in a community. They attend festivals, they volunteer in schools. They are involved, integrated, established, and so therefore they felt they belonged. But it wasn't without challenges. If you can pull up the slide, the one that has the quote, it's like slide number 3. So I'm just going to give you one example of the challenge. So all of this sense of belonging, there was still discrimination that occurred, and they could each kind of give a moment or an experience where they felt that. So the quote that I have here is from a mom whose daughter had a threatening text message sent to her by a white girl. The daughter had spoken to the white girl's boyfriend. The white girl got mad, sent a text message saying something like, "I will kill you." The police got involved, and when they gave her the police report, the police officer said to her, "Well, the girl comes from a good family." And you can see her response here, and I don't have it right in front of me, but she's like, ¿Y yo qué? No vengo de familia buena, ¿yo qué soy? Right? You can see how she was so upset at the way that he talked to her. And I'll let you all read the quote there in Spanish and in English, just due to time, I won't do that. So all of that to say is that they are integrated, they are established, they do have a sense of belonging, but there's a sense of discrimination and exclusion that's still present throughout their experiences.
Great. Thank you. I love that. Y yo qué, right? I love that. So when I think about the challenges that we have heard from our grantee partners or from in our region, and we first started our foundation, just to give you a little context, in 2017, we were a restart. Our board was reconstituted, and we had the opportunity to listen to the folks in our community, organizations in the region, about the needs. And we looked at some research on the health status of the area. We looked at where folks were as far as their health and well-being, looking at the county health rankings. We're currently doing a refresh this year of those same rankings. And what we found were that different zip codes, depending on the zip code that you lived in, were even if you bordered a zip code. And by the way, does anyone have an idea, and you might have heard this before, which is the healthiest county in the nation? Anybody have an idea? Nope. Well, it happens to be DuPage. DuPage County is, according to the county health rankings, it is the healthiest county in the nation, and it borders Western Springs. So when you look at the zip codes in our region, depending on your zip code, even if you're in a zip code that, like Maywood, that borders River Forest, very, very different, just depending on the makeup of the population and the demographics. So we know that there are organizations serving our region, and the Healthy Communities Foundation, we address health looking at it from the social determinants of health. And so we knew it's important for individuals to have access, right? And so what we found is that the challenge is not so much access as it is, and what we mean about the social determinants or organizations serving communities, not just, the clinical is just one very small portion of the overall determinants of health. And so we need strong organizations in our region providing services and not just access that look and sound like them. And so one of the challenges is making sure that the organizations that are serving the social determinants of health have leadership that look and sound and are able to identify with the communities that they serve. We have seen through the number of years, and Nora Garcia is right back here, she's our director of programs. One of the things that we have seen is that there has been some movement of having some of these organizations who are now becoming led by communities of color or communities that reflect the communities that they serve. But we still have a long way to go. Those organizations that are led by individuals of color, we know that, or by those organizations who reflect the communities they serve, have a better way to access and connect to the communities. And so I would say that one of those biggest challenges is to ensure that the community organizations that are serving our region in the western suburbs do reflect these demographics that have shifted and changed throughout the years.
Thank you. So we're almost out of time, but I want to give you a chance to say one final thing. If you would each do a lightning round 30 seconds response to what are the most urgent needs or action items for addressing the growing suburban Latino population, or anything else you'd like to leave the audience with. And again, if you can just be brief.
Civically engaged so that everybody could say, "Y yo qué."
That's right, that's right. And to be more engaged, can you pull up that last slide? To be more engaged, we absolutely need change in immigration laws. We need access to work permits. We need a pathway to citizenship. For these women, if they had that, they would be able to access better jobs. They would be able to buy homes. They would be able, they all said, they would be able to be more engaged. They could volunteer more. They were already doing it, but they could do it more. And one of the questions that we ended the interviews with was, imagine that your life is a book and each part of your life is a chapter. What would you name this current chapter that you are living? And what you see here are the names of the women's chapter books. And I hope that you can see an immense amount of resilience, an immense amount of continuous growth, but also that resilience is a constant presence because they are constantly having to navigate the challenges of both legal exclusion combined with gender-based oppression. So I'm going to turn around to highlight some of the ones that I think are really key. Escalando a pesar de los obstáculos, right? There was a sense of they are raising their families, they are accomplishing satisfying lives to an extent, but it's always against so many obstacles. There's one there that says, o me caigo o me levanto, right? It's the sense of like, well, I can't let myself fall down. I can't let myself give up. So I have to keep fighting. And I apologize for not translating these into English, but I just didn't have the time. But many of you, I hope, can see just the presence of the resilience and strength of these women.
Thank you, and I'm going to be very brief. Because you asked, because I have a lot of things to say. I think that in terms of what we can do is, first of all, produce some data to make sure that we are addressing the people where they are. For all the organizations, for the council in particular, that is key for us to do our job. Second, I agree with Maria, it's not only enough to engage them, they have to be part of whatever action we take to address their needs. We cannot continue this horrible policies that we had for some time in Mexico, like, very paternalistic, like, I'm going to tell you what to do or where you go or whatever, particularly with indigenous communities. We need to engage them, and they are amazing partners. They are, of course, always part of the solution. And in terms of identity, in many other states, the stories, where the possibility of people, Spanish-speaking people, to continue their culture in Spanish was suppressed by, cliches and, discrimination and other things. And that is continued throughout time. We're lucky that it's not in this state and in this city. Many people are encouraged to, be outspoken and be open about their culture. We need to continue that. We need to embrace that, to embrace all cultures and make sure that everybody feels, seen. So that's part of the job that we have at Consulate, make sure that everyone is visible and is heard. I think those are the keys.
Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking our panelists for their wonderful presentation. Teresa, we're just a few minutes over.
Well, that was awesome. I mentioned, for those of you maybe didn't hear me earlier, I mentioned on your tables a list of the different organizations who are represented here today. I mentioned Senators Tammy Duckworth and Dick Durbin. I also want to mention that we have a representative from Alma Anaya's, Commissioner Alma Anaya is also here, and someone from the Cook County Assessor's Office, and folks also from the Illinois Latino Legislative Caucus Foundation. Okay, we got another panel, another couple of speakers here. Our next speaker in this panel in this series of panels is Rob Peral. Many of you know Rob. He's been around for a minute. We love Rob over at Great Cities Institute. He's been doing some great research, and it's particularly on refugee communities, and he's going to share with you. He spoke last year, gave us an update, He's here today to tell us what's going on. But to introduce him is another one of our UIC Latino Research Initiative faculty affiliates, Professor Patricia Macias, who is also a fantastic researcher. Professor, and she will introduce you.
Okay, so Chicago has a long history of segregation. You all know this. It's one of the most segregated cities in the country. We've all lived it, we've seen it, we've breathed it. And so that history of segregation is tied up with the development of suburbanization, right? Of the development of the suburbs. And so the examination of Latinos with segregation has been documented in the research, but less is known until recently with the work that we've seen featured today about the suburbanization of Latinos. Our next speaker, Rob Peral, has been doing this important work. He is an expert on demographic changes in the Midwest. And so today, Rob, who's a senior researcher at Great Cities, is going to talk about where we are at in Illinois in terms of recent migrant arrivals in the cities and suburbs. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Patricia, and thank you, Teresa, and the UIC Great Cities staff. Congratulations on today's conference and on all the work and research that is so needed and is being done so successfully. Really glad to be a part of it. I've got some slides here. I'm going to talk about something a little different here. I am going to talk about what has happened to us in the last 24 months in Illinois of people arriving here primarily from Central and South America, essentially asylum seekers. And we all are aware of this story. There's so much we don't know about what has happened to us the last 2 years in Illinois in terms of this enormous population that has come here. And actually, I'm going to share a couple level-setting data items with you to say where we're at, but then really what I'm going to do, and this is just during 10 minutes, is talk about how much we don't know about what's going on, and how much we don't know about the lives and the welfare and the safety of the people that are here. Let's go to my first slide, please. Maybe I'll hold this in my hand. Oh, I'm controlling it. It doesn't happen by magic, like you just talk. Page down, I bet. I bet you page down works. Okay, just to share with you some level setting here over the last couple of years. Again, we've had the largest Latino migration to Chicago in the last 2 years in many, many decades. It has really completely upset the table. There's a whole different thing going on. It has little to do with everything we've talked about so far in some ways. There's something new going on here. So that in the last 2 years, we had 48,000 people arrive here, primarily from Spanish-speaking countries, Central America and South America. And 40,000 of them were sheltered at some point in the city of Chicago by shelters. An enormous operation got set up to make that possible, unprecedented. And the great majority of that sheltered population are from Venezuela, right? So 80% of the arrivals that came up on these buses from Texas sent by the Texas governor and went through this shelter process in the city of Chicago. In a minute, I'm going to talk about why that's only captures part of what's going on. You see my table on the right showing that Venezuelans are the great majority that we're talking about here. And then you see that graph on the bottom showing that during the course of this calendar year, it has really dropped off. The arrivals, going from like 400, 500 a week to recently just about 12 a week. And not much time to get into why that is and whether that will continue or not. It depends partly on an election coming up, but also on other things. So that's kind of where we're at right now in terms of the southwestern border migration that has come to Chicago, okay? Now I want to talk to you about what we don't know about all of that migration. I have a little arithmetic table up here, and you see that on the top about 48,000 migrants have come through the shelter system, bussed up to Chicago. And currently, there's about 5,000 in shelters still, okay? So subtract out those 5,000 from the 48,000. You have a lot of people, about 43,000 people. Where are they? Where do they live? What are the housing conditions they're in right now? How are their children doing? It's an enormous mystery. We don't have any information that's anything near to being broad-based, where we can really say anything about them. How many are still in Chicago? Or have made it to the suburbs or not? You get the picture, the scope, the enormity of not knowing anything. In a way, we know a lot about undocumented Mexicans. There's data. And there's a long history here. We can say things, and they have a supportive community. This is the most mysterious population you could talk about. And I hate to say mysterious about a population that's really fighting for its life, you know, and in great need. So, number one, where are they? Now, I've just talked about 48,000 people that came on buses, right? They're sort of easy to count because they were put on buses in Texas at the border. There are manifests on the buses. They arrive at a landing point in Chicago. You know, the counting is very good on that number, okay? And what this table is getting at is that, okay, this is as of last January. That's why you see a 35,000 number there. As of last January, there are about 35,000 migrants that arrived here. But Customs and Border Protection says that during the period just before that, it had apprehended or processed and released 63,000 people who were going to Chicago. They weren't on the buses. They didn't come here that way. It's a bigger population. So there's a bigger population coming here, and it's 28,000 extra people maybe. Not all of them probably stayed in Illinois, right? You might have told CBP at the border that you were going to Chicago, and maybe you didn't. But many more seem to have been coming here. And we know even less about them. That population, by the way, didn't have access to shelter, formal shelter, hasn't been processed in the legal services workshops that were set up by the state, hasn't gotten any of the housing assistance that at least some of the bused migrants had access to. Sorry, I can hear my voice fading away as I back up. So it's kind of a story of there's something going on here and you don't know what it is. You know, there's an old song like that. It's bigger than we realize. Okay, next point I'm going to make. There's a situation where of the folks who came on the buses and are in the shelter population, and that's on the right-hand column there, the great majority are from Venezuela. 4 out of 5. Got that, real easy. But when you look at the statistics on who's been apprehended at the border, who's coming here, who is the asylum-based, asylum-seeking population actually coming into the U.S., it's more diverse than that. So again, I'm going to take an example of the Guatemalans. There are almost no Guatemalans in the Chicago shelter system, which is really striking because there's plenty of Guatemalans fleeing Guatemala. The Guatemalans kind of have a story, this is for another topic, a little bit of a story like the Mexicans. There is a community here, there's a history here, there are relationships and jobs to possibly slot into. So they're flying under the radar to some extent. You won't see them in the shelters. And it illustrates that of the many, many people that are fleeing Central and South America today, it's not only bigger than we know from the shelter population, it's also more diverse than what we know from the shelter population that's been featured. So I'll stop there. And I just wanted to share with you how much we don't know about this enormous process, this enormous history, this enormous thing going on, about this enormous number of human beings. And we need to do so much. We need, first of all, we need to talk to them. We have not systematically talked to the migrants in the last 2 years. Surveys, interviews, focus groups, it hasn't happened yet. There's so much more we need to do to find out about their needs and talk to the service providers, et cetera. That's the next phase of immigration research and policy research involving Latinos in Illinois. So, okay, I'll stop with that, and I'll be happy to take any questions. And thank you so much, Patricia.
So I think what I'll do is just introduce the next speaker, and then we'll open it up to questions, okay? So in 1993, Teresa Cordova, John Betancourt here at UIC, Nena Torres wrote a groundbreaking article on how neoliberal globalization and economic restructuring was impacting Latinx communities. No one else in the globalization literature was writing about this at the time. They showed how, as major cities were being hit by deindustrialization and the loss of jobs overseas, that Latinos, Latinxes played a critical role in that transition to Chicago becoming a global city. And so our next speaker, Jose Cordova, took this important study and updated it into what many of you know as the Latino Neighborhood Report, which is, as you know, a really important report on the status of Latinxes in Chicago. So it's my great honor to introduce Jose Acosta Cordova. He truly represents that the type of organic intellectual that our communities need. I think his work really blends rigorous research with the lived experiences of Latinos here in the Midwest. So I'm gonna turn it over to Jose.
Thank you, Dr. Macias. All right, thank you. Thank you, I'm very honored to be here with you all this afternoon. Actually, it's still morning. But yeah, I'm gonna talk a little bit about some of the work we've been doing to update the Latino Neighborhoods Report. Like Dr. Macias said, in 2017, I was able to do this report. And actually in 2019, for my master's thesis here at UIC in the urban planning program, I actually updated the article that you mentioned that Dr. Cordova, Dr. Torres, and Dr. Betancourt wrote, which was focused on the labor portion, right, and kind of looking at what the updates had been in roughly 30 years, seeing what some of that progress is like. So a lot of that, those two reports have gotten us into thinking more about the different dynamics of labor and how it interacts with things like transportation, where people are living, whether it's the city or the suburbs, and then what incomes are looking like and what wages are looking like. So I know if you were here at last year's Latino Research Initiative event, you may have seen me presented something on this, and I did promise that we would have this report done by today. Unfortunately, I'm doing my PhD right now. I haven't had a chance to completely finish that, but we do have some updates we're able to share with you today. And I think there's a document that was either passed around or is going to be passed around that has some of this information in detail. But first, man, I think many of you have seen this map, right? It's a dot density map where, in this case, each dot represents a person. So I was wanted to look a little bit clearer to folks to see where Black and brown and white and Asian populations are living in the city. But as many folks have known, right, we've seen this map before, where people are concentrated, the southwest side and the northwest side, and the far southeast side, in particular, the areas where you predominantly have Latino, Latinx populations. But we also are spread throughout the entire city, right? Somebody mentioned earlier, we're everywhere in the city and even now in the suburbs, right? And I think that's one of the really important things that we did with the first Latino Neighborhoods Report was identify some of those really critical neighborhoods where the growth was happening, right? The southwest side in particular, right? Which I think we in the Mexican report we kind of dubbed it the brown belt, right? Thinking about the history of the black belt, but now we have this brown belt on the southwest side, which is predominantly Mexican. The northwest side is much more diverse, but still predominantly Mexican. And then in the initial report in 2017, I think we did 12 neighborhoods. In this one we're doing 14. So in addition to on the southwest side, you have Lower West Side, South Lawndale, Gage Park, Brighton Park, New City, and West Lawn and Chicago Lawn. And then the new one on the southwest side is Garfield Ridge. And then on the northwest side, you have, or northwest/north side, you have Belmont Cragen, Humboldt Park, Logan Square, Irving Park, and Albany Park. And since then, we wanted to add in the two neighborhoods because of different changing dynamics in terms of where people are moving to, but also because we changed the criteria to have it be above 20,000 people, 20,000 Latinos in particular. So these are the 14 largest in the city. But what I think is really interesting is that they actually only represent about 53.9% of the total Latino population in the city, right? So I think, I mean, just that right there tells you that the 14 largest neighborhoods is only just about half of the population. That's really striking to me because it tells you how much we're growing in other neighborhoods. And that's one thing we talked about last year at this event, right? Is neighborhoods like Portage Park, like Jefferson Park, like Ashburn, even places like Austin, North Lawndale, West Inglewood. You know, there's a major influx of Latinos, Latinas into those neighborhoods. So I think as we continue moving forward with this report, that's one thing we're going to get into is what are some of those changing dynamics, what can we attribute it to, which I think we have a pretty good idea, but we want to get into the data some more. And then the other thing is, since 2017, we've actually had a loss, I think, in 10 out of the 14 neighborhoods, a population loss. So the only neighborhoods that actually grew in population were Chicago Lawn, Garfield Ridge, New City, which is back of the yards, and then East Side. Every single other Latino neighborhood actually lost population since 2017, which I think is also very striking. In particular, Logan Square has lost more than 10,000 people, and of course that's one of the most gentrifying neighborhoods in the city. And even since 2017, we've had so many new buildings, and the rent is going up. And I'll actually talk more about Logan Square in a bit, because I think there's some other really striking numbers in Logan Square. But overall, this is also kind of a trend that we're seeing across the city, where we lost 15,000 Latinos since 2017, and these neighborhoods, these 14 neighborhoods, actually lost 36,000 people collectively, 36,000 Latinos collectively. So, where are they going? Whether it's in the city or the suburbs, we want to try to get into some of that data with the actual report. But I think these really, just in 7 years where we've seen these changes, is really striking. So. I want to get into this conversation around the kind of the intersection of income, transportation, and employment, which I think is a really critical aspect of like our realities and our experience in the Chicago area. So this map shows the median income of Chicago. No surprise to, I think, a lot of folks, right? The north side, particularly along the lake, is where we see the majority of our wealth concentrated in this city. And you see black and brown neighborhoods at the southwest side, the south and west sides, and the southeast side are much lower on average. The median income of Latinos in Chicago is about just over 62,000. And for context, the median average of the city of Chicago is 71,000. So it is lower than the city's average. And within, I think actually only 5 out of the 14 neighborhoods have a median income for Latinos that's higher than the city average. And actually the two highest are Garfield Ridge at about 100,000 and West Lawn at just over 75,000. So I thought that was really interesting to me that we have, because Garfield Ridge is a neighborhood that's over 50% Latino, where we have more than 20,000 Latinos, and the median income is just over $100,000. So that is pretty significant. I think we didn't see those kinds of numbers in 2017. So I think I don't know if people have been moving there, and I think it's part of in general, right? When you have multiple generations of people who have been able to get their degrees, who are working at professional jobs, right? We're seeing places like Pilsen, where we saw with GCI's report a couple years ago that you're actually having more middle class and upper class Latinos, Latinas moving to Pilsen. So it's no surprise that we have this population developing now. But to have like this kind of upper middle, lower upper class kind of enclave developing in the southwest side, I think is really interesting. So if anybody lives in Garfield Ridge here, you're living in an upper middle class enclave based on the numbers. And And then subsequently, the population, or the neighborhoods with the lowest median incomes for Latinos are Little Village, Back of the Yards, and Humboldt Park. Little Village in particular is at 39,000, just under 40,000. So it's well below the city's average, and even much lower than the average of non-Hispanic whites, which is about 104,000. Logan Square in particular, which of course we mentioned, right, is the most gentrified neighborhood over the past 20 years. The median income of non-Hispanic whites is $70,000 higher than it is for Latinos. So I think, again, when you have this amount of just this discrepancies in incomes in a community like that, right? We see what's happening along Milwaukee Avenue, along Logan, and then you go to parts of Logan Square like on Fullerton, and it's a very different reality. So I think that's really another thing we want to kind of get into is those different dynamics. And then what's also interesting is that in some of the neighborhoods where non-Hispanic white population has stayed in our communities, we actually have 5 out of the 14 neighborhoods where the median income for Latinos is higher than it is for non-Hispanic whites. And then there's actually 2 neighborhoods where the median income for non-Hispanic blacks is also higher than for Latinos. The one thing, though, we also have to keep in mind when we're talking about household income is the way that these numbers are calculated, right? When we're talking about household income, we're talking about multiple incomes in a household, right? And that's why when I did my master's thesis initially, and actually the initial study that was done in '93, and then my updated study, and then of course now with this Mexicans in Chicago report, right, looking at wages. Wages is a very different conversation than household income, right? And what the numbers have shown now for years, for more than 30 plus years, is that the wages for Latinos are actually lower on average than every other racial ethnic group, right? But the difference is, of course, we have much higher household sizes, right? So we have multiple people in our household that are working. So collectively, we're earning more, right? And that's just something that, is part of our culture, right? Multiple generation households, and people are working. But more often than not, even for some of you folks that are working in professional fields, you're getting paid a lot less than your counterpart, regardless of race or ethnicity. And I think that's a really important conversation to have when we're talking about poverty, when we're talking about, the working class or the working poor, right? These things are still a major reality for our communities. And then that also has a direct correlation then between jobs and transportation. So one of the things that we've also have identified is that on average, Latinos have to drive more to get to work than every other group. And we saw this, we saw these dynamics start to play out during COVID when us and other groups where, that population that was not able to work from home, that still had to go to whatever, employment you had, right, with those essential workers, right? More often than not, they were a person of color, and more often than not, they were Latino, Latine. And of course, people were having to drive to get to work. So we actually took the 5 kind of largest neighborhoods on the southwest side, are like this little bundle of Little Village, Brighton Park, Pilsen, Gage Park, and I think it was Archer Heights. And just to get a sense of like how people in those areas get to work, and then also subsequently whether or not they actually worked in their own communities. Because one of the things that we've seen in this city, and I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that this map shows the purple are the industrial corridors of the city, right? So that's where heavy industry is concentrated. One of the arguments we've heard from city officials or from many local politicians is that these industrial corridors are bringing employment opportunities to our communities. Therefore, the pollution that you experience is justified, right? Well, you gotta deal with this warehouse, but it's bringing jobs to your community. Or you gotta deal with this, so-and-so XYZ industrial facility, but you're benefiting economically, so it's okay. All right, it's okay that you're getting exposed to air pollution every day. But what we're seeing by the numbers is that the majority of people in these communities are not actually working in these communities. Now, not only that, the majority of them are actually having to work outside of the city of Chicago. So with these, with these 5 communities, for example, right, we had 11.1% of the people who actually lived and worked in these communities, right? So that's a really low number. And then the 46% of the jobs that were in these communities are occupied by people who actually live outside of the city of Chicago. So not even people in the city of Chicago are benefiting from this, but from outside of the city, right? And these include 5 of the largest industrial corridors in the city, right? So we're talking about thousands and thousands of jobs that are not going to these local community members. And then in these five communities, we had just under 40% of the population that worked outside of the city, and an additional 13 that worked downtown in the loop. So I think when you look at them, those numbers with a map like this, right, this shows a percentage of people who have to drive to get to work. And in the neighborhoods that we're looking at, we had 10 out of the 14 that over 40% of the people actually had to drive to get to work, with the highest being Belmont-Cragen. And they're much higher than the city's average, which I think is like 30, I think I have it on the 33.6. So on average, we're driving higher not only than the city, but also non-Hispanic white communities in particular. And then again, I mentioned, right, that the vast majority of employment opportunities are going to people from outside the community. So that's a major concern. And then the fact is that we also take public transit to get to work at much lower rates. I won't go through this big table because it's a lot of information, but the table is on that document. You'll get to see on average, right, how people are getting to work in public transit at much lower rates. The one difference is actually neighborhoods like Logan Square, Lower West Side, and even Albany Park, Irving Park, right? These are also neighborhoods where there's a direct train line that goes through there. One of the CTA lines goes through there. And you can see that's evidence with this map right here, right, which shows how people get to work, who uses the actual train to get to work. And it's really, really, really focused along the red line, the brown line, and the blue line. Some other areas as well, but those three lines that kind of serve the north side, northwest parts of the northwest side are where we see the most people who take public transit or who take the CTA train to get to work. And we actually have some of the highest numbers in the city for neighborhoods who have to drive to get to work. So I think the reason why I think this is also so significant is because when we're talking about the amount of people who are moving to the suburbs, who have to drive to the suburbs, right, that there's a ton of employment opportunities along I-55, for example, or many other employment centers in the different suburbs, and on average, if you're losing that much time a day just on getting to work, right? I mean, your average commute is well over 40 minutes just to get to work. That's time you're not spending with your family. That's time you're not spending working. That's time you're not spending at the gym or whatever it is you want to do. That's one really critical thing. But also then urban planning, development-wise, right? The way we're developing or not developing our communities is not based on what's actually happening in these communities, what's actually needed in these communities. And the fact is we have some of the least walkable communities because we don't have certain infrastructure. We have some of the least bikeable communities because we don't have that infrastructure. And a lot of it goes down to the way that planners are either planning or not planning for our city, for our neighborhoods. So that's one thing we want to get into more detail with the report is just the role of transportation, but also population density, right? We have some of the most densely populated communities in the city, but we're not located downtown or along the lakefront. So planners very often, dismiss our communities when it comes to population density or what's needed. And a big reason for this, especially with the southwest side, is we have these industrial corridors in our communities that take up a great amount of space. So if you're working for the city or for CMAP and you're looking at a place like South Lawndale, you're gonna get the data for the whole community area. And in that community area, almost 43% of the total land is dedicated to heavy industry. So those numbers are included when you're talking about population density. So that completely skews the numbers. When you look at Little Village as a whole, for example, and take out the industrial area and you only account for where people actually live, Little Village has a higher population density than New York City as a whole, right? But we're not talking about that when it comes to planning. We're not thinking about that, about walkability, about bikeability, about public transit access. And really, Little Village doesn't even have access to the pink line that great, compared to other neighborhoods have access to their lines, right? So I think it's the way population density is thought about. We want to get really into much more detail about that. And then other things that we talked, these are all key discussion points we had from last year that we're still continuing. Obviously gentrification, population growth that I mentioned earlier, the role of environmental justice, wages and household income. And I think the last thing, which is what Rob was talking about, is we don't know where these new arrivals are going, how that's changing different neighborhood dynamics. Are we going to see, a place where, we're going to call it Little Caracas or you know, we can get some arepas all the time, whatever it is, I'm okay with that part of it too, you know. But I think those are things that we need to, that we're still kind of waiting for. It's not showing up in the census data yet, so we can't say where they're going. And of course, as Rob pointed out, we don't know where they're going, but hopefully within the next year or two, we can start to really get some real better data that will show that. So I'll leave it there for right now, and hopefully we can have some time for questions. Apologize if I went over it, and thank you.
Okay, fantastic. That was great, wasn't it? And so now you guys have copies. It's called a Latino Research Report Preview, and obviously we are really thrilled that we do have a relationship with and that is growing and building with the Mexican consulate, and we really appreciate that the ambassador was here. So on the agenda, you saw that Jessie Fuentes, Alderwoman, here she comes. Alderwoman Jessie Fuentes was scheduled to be on this next panel. She's very instrumental in the creation of a cultural historic districts or cultural district statewide designation. She's unable to be here today. She got called into committee. She sends her regrets. But we are so pleased that Representative Lillian Jimenez, who also helped carry this work at the state level, is joining us for this panel. And so I'm really very honored to go ahead and kick off this panel with some brief introductions of these three wonderful people. You know what else, as they're getting settled, I want to be sure I also acknowledge the Great Cities Institute staff, without whom nothing that we do gets done. And in particular, I want to acknowledge the administrative staff, Christiana Kinder. She's been with GCI even longer than I have. Nacho, you remember her. And also, I want to acknowledge Andrea Angulo. Many of you who deal with her. She works directly with my calendar, but also helps a lot of folks. And I want to acknowledge my boss. I call her my boss. She's just so awesome. Everyone knows how much I love her. Yibing Lee is really super awesome. On that Mexicans in Chicago report, I want to just highlight this design, because I forgot to do it earlier. This design was done primarily by a young student that was interning with us this summer, Olivia Obeta, there in the back. I want a huge shout out. But Olivia could not have pulled it out without the help of Ellie Pelgrim, who not only is an incredible designer, she's also an incredible researcher. And once again, all the researchers at GCI, one of the things I love about what we do at GCI is we have cross-generational work. So we have old-timers like Juan and myself and Rob, right? Some of the old-timers been around the block a few times, and then we have a lot of young folks and in between. So our multi-generational work within the Institute is something that we really enjoy. It's just one of the great pleasures for us. All right, with that, I think we're ready to go, aren't we? So Representative Lillian Jimenez, thank you so much, Representative, for being here. Wow, thank you.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah. She's doing, you know, there's so many great younger than I am anyway, young Latina legislators who are just really rocking it, and Lillian is among that group. You heard from Representative Hernandez earlier. You're going to hear from some more of them in a panel at lunchtime. But we thank you, Representative, for being here. She helped carry some of this work of creating state-designated cultural districts. She helped carry it at the state level. Next to her is Ralph Cintron, who I mentioned earlier, is a faculty affiliate of the Latino Research Initiative. Ralph was here when I was here the first time, so Ralph's been a stalwart at UIC. We love you, Ralph. You have everybody's bios, but Ralph is also for a while, I don't know if he's still our chair of the board of Lucha Housing. He has also been a very active and important member of the the Puerto Rican Agenda, which is a really important force in Humboldt Park, and they've done many years of incredible work. And then he's also a very prolific academic, and love working with you, Ralph. And also, everybody knows Jose Lopez. Yay, Jose, activist, philosopher, And he's always keeping your eye on things. I remember one time when I first came back, I went to an event on honoring Clemente High School, and I rolled out of bed and got there about 10 o'clock, 10:20. Man, I ran it. Then Jose, he hadn't seen me in years. First thing he says, "Oh, good to see you, but you know you were late, right?" We love Jose. We love all of these three panelists, and we're so pleased that they're going to be able to talk to you about some of the things that are happening up in Humboldt Park. So I'm not sure which of you decided to go first. We didn't prepare questions, but we want to just highlight what's happening in Humboldt Park and some of the incredible work they're doing. So I'll go ahead and start with Representative.
Thank you so much. I am really excited to be here, happy to see all of you here talking about all the important issues that we have to make sure that we are not only learning about, studying about, but coming together to decide what action steps need to be taken, right? So I want to thank you, first of all, for being here and taking that step. We need to continue to do this and continue to be together in rooms where we can conspire and make sure that we're taking those action steps. So as your state representative for the 4th District, I want to introduce myself. I am the representative for the Humboldt Park area, but also some of Belmont-Cragen and Hermosa, Westtown, Ukrainian Village area. So any of you have roots there, have family there, you know, I'd love to get you to know you more. And today we're talking about what was originally called Puerto Rico Town, but we have renamed it to Barrio Boriquen, not to be mixed up with Borinquen, the island. So we are here to talk about this very amazing idea and concept which came out of the community, which is a grassroots idea of how do we preserve our community in times where we have an existential crisis, where our community is being driven out of the city in so many areas, and in Humboldt Park in particular from our experience. We've all experienced it personally through our families and through ourselves, how the high costs of rent and property taxes and the fact that the real estate industry has inflated prices in our neighborhoods in order to continue to profit off of our community and our neighborhoods. So the idea here is how do we, again, come together and strategize and take those concrete steps to make sure that we have community-driven solutions to what we are seeing on the ground. In the state of Illinois, we passed this legislation that we're going to talk about today. It was a couple of years ago. It was actually before I got to the state legislature, so I can't take the credit. Our wonderful Senator Cristina Pasiones Zayas was the lead, and as a Puerto Rican woman of Puerto Rican descent, and with Puerto Rican children who lives in the community, wanted to make sure that the project was community-driven. And so worked with the people you see here on this table, around this table, and the Puerto Rican agenda over many months and years to come up with this concept. And so we're really proud in the state of Illinois to be the first state to have culturally designated communities in the state of Illinois. And we have now 10 and counting communities that have been able to take advantage of this cultural designation. Why is that important? Well, in the state of Illinois, you can't just go and say, I want to have a policy that only impacts this one particular community, right? State of Illinois legislation is going to be for all of Illinoisans. So what this project did and what this community did is not only take the time to gather and to decide how this project was going to impact our community, what we wanted to see done at the state level to improve our community, but we also made sure to create partnerships with the Black community in Chinatown, in Southern Illinois, all over the state of Illinois, because we know that we're not the only ones that are facing these issues. And so the proof is in the pudding, right? When we led the effort and we had thoughtfulness in leading the effort from our community, we saw many, many other communities come around the table and benefit from this program. And so the thoughtfulness around it was created around the COVID era. So the thoughtfulness around it was, what are the communities that are being most impacted by the economic situation in the country? And what are the communities that have been historically marginalized, historically displaced? And so again, the thoughtfulness in how are we going to turn our reality, our lived reality, into actual policy, into actual action that is going to improve our communities going forward. This is an exact roadmap to how we do that, how we can create community-driven policy in the fact that we know when writing the policy, the words are very important. The designations are very important, the eligibility, who it's impacting, how we're going to move forward on it is what is important here. And so I wanted to pass it on to my fellow speakers to explain a little bit more, since they were on the ground when we were first creating this project. But I wanted to share with you how important it is for legislators like myself to work with all of you, because the ideas don't come out of thin air. They come from you. And so this is an example of taking an idea and making it a reality.
Thank you, Matt. This is a map that the Puerto Rican agenda alongside great cities. There was money from 2 different grants. And Matt Wilson did the original work in laying out the demographics of Humboldt Park, West Humboldt Park, East Humboldt Park. And the more we started looking at those demographics, we were beginning to see that there are obviously, we already knew this significantly, but there's gentrification on East Humboldt Park, income levels, property values much higher, and on the west side of Humboldt Park, lower property values, lower incomes. So the Puerto Rican agenda with the 2 grants are on climate science, one with the Mellon Foundation, which was managed by Great Cities Institute, and another one from the Department of Energy. We started to see if we could do some mapping of climate, atmospheric, temperature, precipitation kinds of issues, and map them onto the sort of socio-demographic sort of stuff that Matt is very skilled at, and Great Cities does so really well. So these were some of the results that we came out with, and there's much more that's beginning to come out, and we're thinking that eventually this would become influential for influencing the aldermanic person's ward and make changes in the neighborhood. But you can take a quick look at this. So in terms of temperature, this may surprise a lot of people, but there's about a 4-degree difference between the west side of Humboldt Park and the east side. So it's cooler on the east side and hotter on the west side. The majority of Latino populations, if you look at well, first of all, on the temperature data, that's satellite data. But in terms of ethnicity, if you start looking at the ethnicities, you can see obviously the larger concentration of Latino populations, the larger concentrations of heat, et cetera, on the west side, and on the east side of Humboldt Park, more of a white populations and cooler. And on the far other side over here, you begin to get a sense of gentrification. So property values higher on the east side, property values, income levels, et cetera, lower on the west side. This might be of real interest to really all of Chicago, but as we keep trying to expand the sort of data that's coming through, it really does seem as if when you start looking at all Latino communities all over Chicago, you see higher temperatures, and you see fewer trees. We have one map that's comparing trees, let's say, in Evanston, and comparing trees in Humboldt Park, and the numbers are extraordinarily different. One of the things, I was in a conversation yesterday, and we started launching in July, we launched some balloons, some weather balloons at Albizu Campos. And rather fascinating, this is kind of new data for people who do this kind of work. It turns out that the air, not only, well, let's call it the temperatures at the surface, but then as you follow up on the air column for half a mile or so, that's hotter. And some of the highest heat rates in Chicago are above Humboldt Park. Consider that. Where does that come from? So these are kinds of new things that climate scientists are beginning to come up with. And it's really kind of enabled, I think this is kind of like one of the expressions of the Puerto Rican agenda, that it has such an interest in economic development, in cultural development, in health and in education, but increasingly we're trying to do a lot of work around climate as well. So there's some other data regarding precipitation that is brand new. Flooding, we're beginning to see street flooding more on the east side of Humboldt Park and basement flooding more on the west side of Humboldt Park. So these become discrepancies in very short, geographic kinds of spaces, which are unexpected. But we're beginning to come out with information of that sort. I'll turn it over to Jose.
Thank you, Ralph. So I want to raise just a few points. The first one is that this legislation has created 10 districts in the state of Illinois. This is the only state in the United States that has created this legislation. When the governor came to announce in Humboldt Park at the National Museum of Puerto Rican Arts and Culture that we have become the first cultural designated district in the United States, along with 10 others, which included Chinatown. Now, about a week or two after that, I was invited to WBEZ, and one of the leaders of Chinatown was there. And she came up to me and says, before we go on the air, I just want to tell you that our community will be eternally grateful to your work because you have saved our Chinatown. If you go around the country, everywhere, Chinatowns are disappearing. The area that was just designated in Springfield, where a riot and a rebellion of black people and killing of black people in Springfield in the early 1900s is now part of the national park and national monument. That area was designated as a black area, a black metropolis in Springfield, Illinois. Bronzeville in Chicago is the historic black metropolis, and it was designated. And Little Village was also designated. So it's really important that you think about this from how something started in our community about 7 years ago, 8 years ago. We began a discussion looking at the two major problems that are facing inner city the United States: historical disinvestment and gentrification. And we needed to think about, what does gentrification mean? Gentrification is the continuous displacement. It is spatial deconcentration in its best forms, which historically has defined colonialism around the world, beginning with, obviously, the massive deportation of Africans to this continent, the amazing displacement of indigenous people. That's spatial deconcentration. And what's happening across the United States is spatial deconcentration. That's what gentrification is. So, given those two problems, but also given what kind of city do we want? What should the city of the 21st century look like? It should be a city in which we're able to integrate nature into the city, that we're able to address global warming and climate change, particularly through the creation of an urban agriculture initiative that addresses food justice, food that is culturally relevant, and food that obviously is provided to everyone. So, it's under those ideas that we convene a summit in Humboldt Park, and we began this discussion. Our invited guest was an amazing woman named Dr. Mindy Thompson Fullilove. Please read her book called Root Shock. And what she says in this book is that the black community is in a state of root shock. Now, those of you who are in health know that the body goes into shock in order to protect the vital organs. Her thesis is that the black community is in a state of root shock because the places of black cultural production have been wiped out across urban America. If you want to study and you study black history, the greatest moments of black history were obviously in the 20th century, the creation of the black metropolis. There was a Harlem Renaissance. Well, there was a Renaissance in Pittsburgh. There was a black Renaissance in St. Louis. There was a black Renaissance in San Francisco. Through the practice of urban renewal and gentrification, what we have seen is that the black community and the communities of color were labeled as obviously blighted. And what do you do to blighted community? Like Daley did right here in this area to a Mexican, Puerto Rican, and African American community, bulldoze it. And that's what we've done in the city. And when you bulldoze a community, you're not only bulldozing buildings, you're bulldozing an entire center of cultural production. And so that's what she's talking about in terms of this idea of root shock. So, Puerto Rico town, which we have renamed Barrio Boriquén, and I could spend time talking about barrios because barrios, a barrio in Puerto Rico means something totally different than in most of Latin America. The barrio in Puerto Rico was a geographical unit that really replaced some of the ancient indigenous settlements. So in Puerto Rico, when you say you come from this town, well, before when I in my earlier days, not any longer, but people would ask you, from de qué barrios viene? Because every town in Puerto Rico has 10, 20 barrios. And so the barrio was a deep geographical unit of identity. Boriquén, because our ancient indigenous name was Boriquén. And so this summer we brought the Concilio Taíno to Humboldt Park with leaders of the Native American community of Chicago who welcomed the Taíno, Concilio Taíno to Chicago, and we renamed that area Barrio Boriquén. It's a 2-mile-long area from Western to Pulaski along Division Street, 1.5 miles on either side. And as Lillian so well stated, it is going to be what we think is the beginnings of a model for the future of the city. The city must be defined as the world in the city. There is no large urban center in the world that is totally monolithic and one culture. They are places of many people coming together, and we should be able to experience the world in the city and create out of the city, particularly as Latinos, an experience of magical urbanism.
Right on, Jose. You know, one of the things that, again, we're highlighting our partners throughout the day, and we did have a Great Institute, the great honor of providing some initial report for you all that provided some of the data, and one of the important parts of that data that I think is highlighted by everything they've said, including Ralph's data, is the difference between Eastern and Western, now rephrased Barrio Borinquen. The data is, we are very happy that we were able to help contribute the data that really set some of this stuff into motion. And it's a great honor. So we'll wrap this up if you could just give one last comment, one sentence of just something you want to leave folks with. We'll start with you, Representative.
Sure. I just wanted to share that the beginning of this legislation is going to provide $3 million for what we're calling economic development without displacement, right? And that's really difficult to do, but we targeted it with that language specifically because we know we want to make sure that the economic development and any development is actually for the people and allows people to stay in their neighborhood and stay in their community and build their community. And so there's a lot of wonderful things that we can talk about, the mercadito and different types of grassroots economic development that's happening. I invite you to come visit. There's many activities and events throughout the year that you can learn about that, how we're using those funds. But that $3 million right now, we know is not enough because we have 10 culturally designated areas that needs to be divided up between 10. And so we know as legislators, I just want to put out there, we need to continue to make sure that we're building on this. And then really quickly also that we're connecting our property tax reform, that there's a lot happening right now on that we're connecting it. And the affordability issue, we're connecting it to this culture designation so that we're moving as a group and moving together.
This is such a great example, right, of community sort of working with state legislators to really make something happen and to create something that really hasn't been done before. This is so great. So happy for you guys. Go ahead, Ralph.
Yeah, I guess I would like to say that there's just something very, very interesting about linking up cultural matters with economic matters, with development matters, with health matters, with education matters, and then to add on this other layer of climate. I mean, climate is not something that people think about. And I really want to honor Jose Lopez. Not only is he kind of like a great leader.
Yeah, Jose.
Just organizing things for decades and decades and decades, but also having a vision. And he said it also as well. He said a linkage between nature and the city. That has been a historical split. But through the leadership of Jose and then taking it up within the Puerto Rican agenda, there is now another place of research that Latino communities can engage in. So global warming, as Jose said, is a universal problem now, but it's also a local problem. And I'm really happy to say that I do think that Humboldt Park is one of the first really Latino areas of the city that's actually going into and trying to weave in how climate science is working. So I think this is a first step for the rest of Chicago, really for the rest of the, Latin America, South America. How do cities themselves begin to affect the climate, and then how does climate respond back into the city to affect specific neighborhoods, mostly neighborhoods that are marginalized and poor?
Thank you, Ralph. That's wonderful. I just want to leave you with a thought. When I said about magical urbanism, I want you to imagine the world in the city. 80% of the world's population by the end of the century will live in the city. And if we could imagine just this quote from the Quran, which said, "We have made you different so you can know each other." In other words, our humanity is premised on our differences.
Ooh. Okay, awesome. So now we have our keynote speaker. Thank you again, all of you, so much for coming. We appreciate your time. I also wanted to be sure and acknowledge that there's some foundations in the room. Thank you, representatives from the various foundations. We appreciate your being here. So appreciate it. All of you from your respective organizations, thank you much. We know that all of you are doing such incredible work, and we really appreciate it. Okay, we've come to yet another special moment in our day together today. It is such a great honor for me to introduce to you Juan Gonzalez. Juan Gonzalez, yes. So Juan is a senior fellow at Great Cities Institute. We are so blessed that we get to work with Juan. He is also, as you know, co-host of Democracy Now! Some of you have been watching him for 30 years on Democracy Now! Such an important show. A few weeks back, we were able to host the crew of Democracy Now!, and it was such a pleasure to meet all of them. He is also an incredible author of several books, one of which is Harvest of Empire. And so that's a really important book. The title itself, I mean, I just love the title, right? That we as Latinos here in the US are the harvest of this empire. And what does that mean, that relationship? So even since he's been at GCI, he did an incredible report on looking at the migrants and asking the question, okay, why now? And looked at data making the connection to the US policy around economic sanctions, and providing numbers was able to actually demonstrate the relationship between U.S. foreign policy and the increase in the flow of refugee populations and asylum seekers. He also, with Matt Wilson, they did a really important report for us recently looking at our voting patterns, and showed, unfortunately, our low voting rates. And then he was also a key taskmaster and researcher and writer of the report we just did on Mexicans in Chicago. And so as Boricua, he recognized the importance of doing that report. But here's the most important thing. I could tell you all the books, all the articles, all the accomplishments, but here's the most important thing I think to know about Juan. He is an incredibly nice person. He's just such a nice human being. He's such a good human being. And we are so happy at Great Cities Institute that we get the daily honor and privilege of being able to work with Juan Gonzalez. And I now am very happy that I can share him with you here today. Juan.
Thank you, and good morning to all of you. It's my pleasure to join you here today to hear directly from the dedicated neighborhood and political leaders who are sharing their day-to-day experiences of working toward economic progress and social justice. To learn as well from the talented scholars at UIC and other universities who continue to expand our collective storehouse of information on life within the vast and growing Latin American diaspora in the United States. All of you are here because you understand that knowledge is power, and that having at your fingertips the latest and most accurate information, data, and analysis on Latino, Latinx, Latine communities is a key tool when it comes to influencing public policy or to prodding government leaders to better serve all the people of this nation. Last year, as a recently hired senior fellow at Great Cities Institute and a transplant to Chicago from the East Coast, I was invited by Teresa Cordova to give the keynote address at the launch conference of our Latino Research Initiative. She asked me to provide a broader national and international context to this effort here in Chicago at Collaborative Latino Research. Those of you who attended that talk may recall my saying then that you in the audience have far better knowledge of this city's Latino community than I do, though I am not a stranger to the epic quest of Latin Americans in this country for recognition and respect. Originally born in Puerto Rico, the last major colony of the United States, I've lived here in the continental US for 76 years and spent nearly 60 of them first as a student and community activist with groups like the Original Students for a Democratic Society, with the Young Lords Party and the National Congress of Puerto Rican Rights. Later, for decades, as a professional journalist in both the commercial and alternative media, as the Philadelphia Daily News, New York Daily News, and of course with Democracy Now!, and as a historian of the Latino experience. During that time, I've had the opportunity to visit and study scores of Latinx communities throughout the country, the Caribbean, and Latin America, and participated directly in numerous grassroots struggles by workers in local communities to achieve a better life for themselves and their children. I've also witnessed up close, chronicled and dissected how urban leaders actually fashion laws, how they make policy, how they administer budgets, this sausage factory we call government. This year, Teresa has put me on the hot seat again. She's asked me to highlight some concrete examples of the work of the Latino Research Initiative during the past year. You've seen much of it alluded to here. Last fall, as you may recall, the national and local media were fixated with the migrant crisis and the arrival of thousands of Venezuelans, Nicaraguans, and other asylum seekers by busloads to New York, Chicago, and other northern cities, and how the new arrivals were straining local resources. But few news reports back then were bothering to delve into why and how the crisis had developed. A month after our first conference, we produced a timely report at Great Cities titled "The Current Migrant Crisis: How U.S. Policy Toward Latin America Has Fueled Historic Numbers of Asylum Seekers," and Teresa just mentioned that report. Our findings generated considerable media coverage, even becoming the topic of a congressional briefing in Washington, D.C. in December, and hopefully they contributed to altering somewhat the discourse on migrants. That report actually provided further evidence and confirmation of a theory I formulated 25 years ago in my book, Harvest of Empire, A History of Latinos in America. The main theme of that book is that the mushrooming migration of Latin America from Latin America, Asia, and Africa to the rich nations of the world can only be understood and ultimately will only be resolved by a reckoning with the legacy of the colonial empires that the U.S. and the Western nations created in those regions during the previous 2 centuries. Quite simply, the modern immigration crisis, not just here, but in much of Europe, is a direct result, an unintended result, admittedly, but one nonetheless, of the political upheavals and wealth inequalities those empires created and sustain to this day. More recently, we at Great Cities have been working with the health department of DuPage County. And it's interesting that 2 of the previous speakers mentioned DuPage County in terms of the existence of, long-time existence of Latino communities in places like Carroll Stream, and also of the health indicators, the positive health indicators in DuPage County. Well, the DuPage County Health Department, recognizing the growth of the Latino community, asked us to do a detailed study, and we have, for every one of their 31 municipalities, and we've about completed that now, and it'll be soon up with story maps of the Latino communities of every one of the towns in DuPage County, exactly how many Ecuadorians, Venezuelans, Mexicans, and are in each town, the income levels, the home ownership, all of that, and it'll be interactively available on the county's website for all of the residents of the county and the public to be able to review. But I'd like to devote the bulk of my remarks today to a report we released just yesterday, one that could be central to understanding modern Chicago. It's titled Fuerza Mexicana. You've all gotten copies of it, The Past, Present, and Power of Mexicans in Chicagoland. A team of staff and interns at great cities has spent the past 5 months working feverishly to put it together. Not only did we collect every possible conceivable data that was available in the Mexican community, we also conducted a series of 6 focus groups with with 60 community activists, leaders, and political leaders of the Mexican community. As we discussed in the morning panel, we did so at the request of a group of distinguished nonprofit leaders of Mexican descent who've become increasingly frustrated by the failure of policymakers to differentiate and address the particular conditions and challenges faced by Chicagoland's Mexican community, which is by far the largest single Latino ethnic group in the region, and the one with the longest history here. Ours is a detailed attempt to analyze the current socioeconomic conditions of the more than 1.5 million Mexicans who live in the city itself, in suburban Cook County, and in the collar counties. Compiling it was not easy, because most racial and ethnic data today centers on broad categories, like Hispanic or Latino or Asian or Black. And Latinos is an umbrella category that encompasses a broad and diverse population, people who come from more than 20 separate countries, the migrants of each having arrived here in different waves, often with vastly different levels of education, skill, family wealth, or class, from different racial groups, Black, indigenous, white, or mixed race. Sadly, such general data on Latinos is often insufficient to delineate the particular situation and needs of Mexicans as distinct from Cubans or from Puerto Ricans or Dominicans or Colombians, Salvadorans or Ecuadorians. More importantly, no group of people ever stays the same. Their class character, their social conditions, their world outlook evolve with the passage of time, with the arrival of new members to the group. If we are to fully understand that group and its future, we must do the hard work of concrete analysis of material conditions, not rely on rumor or hearsay. Our report seeks to disaggregate, to differentiate, to better understand the place of the Mexican community within the complexity of the fast-growing Latino population. But first, we need some historical context. Yesterday's release, September 16th, at the National Mexican Museum of Art was no accident. It was, after all, Mexican Independence Day, the date in 1810 when Father Miguel Hidalgo issued the Cry of Dolores that ignited the great Mexican Revolution against Spanish colonialism. But September 16th has another significance for Mexicans in this city, one that very few people recall. It was 70 years ago yesterday, on September 16, 1954, during the Eisenhower administration, that the US government started rounding up, arresting, and deporting hundreds of Mexican residents right here in Chicago's near West Side. People who it suspected were undocumented. They called it Operation Wetback. And while the raids began that summer in the southwestern states, the INS Commissioner General Joseph Swing specifically chose September 16th to start them in Chicago because the agency knew local Mexicans would be holding festivals and parades that day, which would make it easier for them to sweep up people and attempt to deport them. Several historians, including Juan Ramon Garcia, Luis Año Nuevo Kerr, Lilia Fernandez, Micah Mesqua, and Adam Goodman, have chronicled the terror that resulted from one of the biggest federal mass deportation efforts until that time. Tragically, most Americans know nothing about it. As Mesqua notes of the Chicago program, quote, the INS sweeps continued for the next several months, pulling people from their domiciles, work sites, and leisure spaces on a relentless pursuit to extract The INS believe between 20 and 40,000 Mexicans from the city. The official tally in Chicago turned out to be much less, though many, overcome by fear from the daily raids, chose simply to flee the city. Estimates nationally for Operation Wetback range from 200,000 to up to 1 million, and of course it's impossible to tell because there were so many people who voluntarily left or self-deported as a result of the dragnets that occurred around the country. But the trauma inflicted on Mexican communities here and around the country remained for years. It is crucial that we recall the painful lessons of that period, precisely at a time when a major candidate for president proclaims on a daily basis that if elected, he will immediately resurrect military-like mass deportations for millions of undocumented people in this country. At a time when anti-immigrant xenophobia is sweeping across Europe and the United States, and some Americans actually believe baseless claims that Haitians are stealing and eating pets in Springfield, Ohio, that armed gangs of Venezuelans have seized control of Aurora, Colorado, and that the criminals and the insane of Latin America are invading the country and fueling a non-existent crime wave. The scapegoating not just of immigrants, but of Mexicans in particular, has been a historic and reliable ploy used to whip white Americans into a frenzy of fear. Even before Operation Wetback, there was the mass deportation campaign launched by the Herbert Hoover administration in the 1930s, with similar unfounded claims about Mexicans as a threat to tranquility and as taking the jobs of US citizens, a hysteria that continued throughout the Great Depression. Historian Francisco Valderrama has estimated that as many as 1 million Mexicans were repatriated then, either through outright arrest and expulsion by immigration agents or from the pressure by officials to leave or self-deport. Valderrama tells the story of a 3-year-old boy in Arizona named Esteban Torres. The boy was separated from his dad, a miner and union activist, when the father was swept up in a raid and deported back to Mexico. The mother fled with the boy and the rest of the family to Los Angeles, where Esteban would grow up, pursue a successful career in labor and politics, and eventually become a US congressman, all without ever seeing his father again. The mass deportations are hardly relics of decades past. During the George W. Bush administration in the early 2000s, immigration raids at workplaces around America, dragnets by ICE in Latino communities, and detentions of suspected undocumented immigrants became almost routine. Those were followed by yet another deportation campaign. Between 2010 and 2017, roughly the Obama years and the early days of the Trump presidency, immigration authorities shipped 1.3 million non-citizens who had been previously convicted in this country of so-called aggravated felonies back to their homelands. The bulk of them, from 50 to 60%, and this is according to the Department of Homeland Security's own data, had been actually convicted of minor infractions related to immigration, drugs, or traffic-related offenses such as DUI or hit and run, and some of them, the convictions that happened decades previously, while only a small percentage had actually been found guilty of violent crimes. But the most astonishing fact was that 93% of the 1.3 million people deported came from just 4 countries: Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. 7% came from the whole rest of the world. The felon deportation program was another mass deportation project of Mexicans, and this time Central Americans, that all occurred under the radar with the public barely aware. Every week, ICE-chartered flights would leave American cities filled with deportees being flown below the border. All the while, despite these various waves of mass deportation stretching back to the early 20th century, US manufacturers and agribusiness owners, hotel and restaurant chains, real estate construction companies, and every manner of other business kept avidly recruiting and hiring more Mexican workers. After all, the main reason so many Mexicans and other migrants from Latin America ended up in US cities during the last century and the first decades of this one has everything to do with profit and loss, with money and labor. American capitalism has always regarded Mexicans and Latin Americans as a dispensable reserve army of low-cost labor. Mexican workers are welcomed and recruited into the country in economic boom times. They are rejected, disdained, and deported in the bad times. The short history of Mexican Chicago that ESA delineates in our report makes abundantly clear how the first Mexicans who came here were recruited to work in the railroads, the meat packing, and steel industries, and how their first communities, the Near West Side, back of the yards, and South Chicago, sprouted precisely around those industries. Decades later, during the city's industrial decline, as capital shifted the best-paying unionized manufacturing jobs first to the suburbs, then to the south, then overseas, the ability and willingness of city leaders to keep attracting low-wage Mexican and Latin Americans made possible the city's economic resurgence, while other big Rust Belt cities that did not follow that same approach, places like Cleveland, Detroit, and Indianapolis, plummeted in population, economic influence, and economic strength and national influence. But enough of the history and the broader picture. Let me move to the report itself. Our main findings and policy recommendations can be found on pages 8 to 15. But I really urge you to take the time to read the whole report. Not today, but over the next few days. And I mean read it. Don't simply scan it or leaf through the pages. Though we did include enough captivating photos and heart-rending comments by the more than 60 participants in the focus groups we convened to pique your interest. But the heart of the report is the data we have collected and the surprising information we managed to unearth. Yes, there are lots of charts and tables and maps, but for most people these days, accustomed as we are to a world of tweets and TikTok, of memes and texting, of lightning jabs at invisible opponents in cyberspace, our eyes tend to glaze and the mind shuts down the moment we see lots of numbers and percents. Nonetheless, as I always tell students in my investigative reporting classes, any financial report or budget or set of data is a gripping story, sometimes many stories, waiting to be uncovered, except that the language is numbers, and you need to interpret those numbers, then visualize the people or events the numbers represent, and most importantly, why those numbers matter. I'm going to highlight some parts of the report and give you my interpretation of what those numbers are telling you. For example, basic demographic stuff, and I want to correct something that keeps getting repeated. It sounds good, but the data shows that it is no longer valid. Chicago is not the second largest Mexican community in the United States. It was for many years. But what has happened over the last decades is that the growth of Latino population, especially Mexican populations in the Southwest, has meant that Phoenix and Houston and San Antonio, the Mexican populations have grown even bigger than Chicago. So Chicago is now the 5th largest city in terms of Mexican population and concentration. It's still the largest the largest Mexican population outside the Southwest. And don't feel bad, it's not like the White Sox, you know, right now. You know, it's not like the White Sox right now. It's still a pretty good number. But we should stop saying that this is the second largest Mexican community in the United States. But 1/5 of all of Chicago residents, 21.5% to be exact, are of Mexican origin. More than 500,000 people. And Latinos as a whole represent 29% of the city. Nearly 2/3 of the 1.5 million Mexicans are not in Chicago, right? It's about 1/3 in suburban Cook County and 1/3 in the collar counties. And in fact, some of the collar counties have a much higher Mexican percentage. Kane County is 27% Mexican, you know, much more than Chicago, you know, and so that there is a huge population in suburban Cook County and in the collar counties. The old established Mexican neighborhoods of Pilsen and Little Village have suffered sharp declines in their Mexican population, largely thanks to gentrification and rising home prices. But the number of community areas in the city with more than 50% Mexican population has more than doubled. It was 6 neighborhoods back in 2000. It's now 15 neighborhoods in Chicago with a majority Mexican population. We're not talking just Latino, Mexican population, and they're mostly in the Southwest. And I think Jose mentioned earlier, there's a brown belt right here in Chicago. And as I've often said, there's a brown belt in the United States too. It ranges from Los Angeles across Arizona, New Mexico, southern Colorado, and into Texas. There's a brown belt in the United States that has now been building for decades, much in concentration of Latino and Mexican population, but there's a Southwest brown belt right within this city. The city's Mexicans are disproportionately young, a median age of 30. Other Latinos are older. The other Latinos have a median age of 34. African Americans and whites have a median age of 37. Right? These are big differences. Between 30 median age and 34 median age, that's a big difference. In fact, of the city's entire population under 40, nearly 1/3 are Latino, 32.3%, and 24% are Mexican. Of those under 40, huge differences in household size. The median household size for a Mexican household is 4.2. For other Hispanics, it's 3.4. Other Hispanics have smaller households than Mexicans. What does that mean? Well, that means if you are a city building affordable housing that only has 1 or 2 bedrooms, you've excluded the entire, much of the Mexican community. You've got to think of affordable housing in terms of 3 and 4 bedrooms if you're going to address the needs of the Mexican community. Income levels, another big surprise. Ecuadorians and Guatemalans have the lowest median incomes in Chicago. And roughly 39 and 40,000 respectively, followed by Mexicans. Cubans have the highest median income, followed by Colombians and Puerto Ricans. But the Cuban and Colombian income levels, those are the medium incomes. When you look at the median, the average, the incomes of Cubans and Colombians are really vastly different from the other Latinos. 93,000 a year for Cubans, 71,000 for Colombians. That means that among the Cuban and Colombian population, there's a much higher group that has high incomes, and they drive the average up. Good news from the report. Poverty rates declined significantly for Mexicans and other Latino and Black populations since 2000. Home ownership, another major bright spot. Mexicans increased home ownership from 41% in 2000 to nearly 50% in 2018 to 22, the latest census tally. While home ownership remains static for whites and declined for African American households. The home ownership rate among Mexicans in Chicago is almost equal to the home ownership rate of whites in Chicago. There's reasons for that. There's a lot of young people renting, young whites here renting, but that's extraordinary that the home ownership rate is almost equal. On the flip side, the median value of the homes in Mexican neighborhoods is among the lowest in the city. So yeah, they own homes, but the value is much less. The workforce, I think, is, to me, some of the most astonishing stuff in the report. Let me get the citations here. Mexicans and other Latinos are systematically concentrated in the city's low-wage jobs. And we didn't do the general, because some of the census general categories mask all kinds of different levels of income. So we looked at the sub-occupations. For instance, 70% of all the landscapers in Chicago are Mexican. 70%. No wonder, people wonder when they come here why the city looks so good. I mean, there's a lot of work, landscaping work that went in largely by Mexican workers. 53% of the construction laborers are Mexican. What is that? What's the story there? That all the building renaissance of Chicago that Chicago has incurred in the past 20 or 30 years has been on the backs of low-wage Mexican construction workers. All those condominiums and home renovations that have been occurring has been on the backs of Mexican construction laborers, because the laborers obviously are the least paid of the construction industry. 44% of all the cooks in every restaurant and hotel and in Chicago are Mexican. If you throw in the other Latinos, you're talking over 50% of all the food being cooked commercially in this city is done by Mexicans and Latinos. And 38% of all the janitors and building cleaners in the city are Mexican. This is the low-wage job force that has made the renaissance of Chicago in its post-industrial decline and service industry reinvention possible. In education, Mexicans had the highest percentage of children attending public school. 86% of all Mexican children attend public school. That's 10% higher than other Latinos, right? And there were more Mexican children attending public school than there were African American children. Forget about the other Latinos. And then we tried to look at the education performance levels. Now this becomes difficult because obviously all the data is only around Hispanic, African American, or white or Asian American. So what did we do? We looked at all the community areas where Mexicans were 90% of the Latino population. And we looked at all the schools, all the elementary schools in those neighborhoods and saw what their performance levels were on English, math, and science. And we compared that to the citywide data, and lo and behold, what do we find? That the majority Mexican schools had 2% lower performance on both English and math, an indication that there is something happening with the Mexican children that is even worse in terms of performance outlooks than all Latino children across the city. Another bright spot, and this one stunned me. Now, You know, I admit I'm new to Chicago, but I also think that I was surprised by this number. 32% of all the students attending undergraduate and graduate college programs in Chicago are Latino. 32%. There's 32% are Latino. That represents about 32,000 students. Of those, 20,000 are Mexican, right? But 32% are Latino. And there are almost as many Latino students in college in this city as there are white students. The Latino students are the growth area of every university. That means that their Pell Grants, their parent tuitions, their loans are sustaining these institutions. However, they are not graduating, right? They are, especially the Mexican children, are graduating at far less levels of getting their degrees. So the institutions are taking their money, but are not assuring that they get the degrees that can make them successful. So one of the big policy recommendations has to be to the university executives. You've got to invest in the retention and preservation of the students to be able to graduate, because you're certainly taking their tuition dollars, you know, and, but what are you doing to make sure they graduate? I think Jose mentioned this as well. Not only are Latinos more likely to use a car to go to work, but Mexicans are by far 68% of all Mexicans have to use a car to get to work. So therefore, the decisions that our policymakers make about where they're going to invest in elevated and subway lines, what they're going to do about their parking policies, all have a disparate impact on the Mexican community, just because so many more of them are being forced to use a car to get to work. And this was a particularly sad result. While the number of Mexican and other Hispanics or Latinos in elected office in Chicago and Illinois has improved in recent years, they now make 10% of the legislature. But the 18% that Latinos make up of the state population is certainly much greater. The voting levels of the Latino community, and we can only say Latino community because we can't, there's no data that tells us what how the Mexican community votes. But the voting levels of the Latino community in Illinois are abysmal. Right? Only 2 out of 10 eligible Latinos voted in the mayoral election last year. 2 out of 10. We reported that last year. But here's an even more startling find. Out of 18 states in the United States that in the last presidential election had more than 300,000 voting eligible Latinos. That means that they were over the age of 18 and they were US citizens, right? Out of 18 states, Illinois ranked 16th in voter registration. 16th out of 18 states in voter registration, and I think it was 16th as well in voter turnout. Now understand, it doesn't matter whether you're a blue state or a red state. Incumbents generally, especially at the local level, have no interest in expanding the electorate, whether you're Democrat or Republican. Because every time you expand new voters, you run the risk they're not going to vote for you. You already know where your votes are coming from. So refusing to expand the electorate is a bipartisan decision of those in power. And it's up to communities to break through that. And you can see that especially when you go to the suburbs, when you go to all these towns that are over 50% Latino, but all the elected officials don't reflect that, whether it's Waukegan or Cicero or Berwyn or Elgin. The the huge populations of Latinos are not reflected in the actual representation that they have on the school board, on the library board, on the city council, in the mayoralty. So that's a big problem that has to be resolved. So these are some of the findings that we made in this report. Oh, in terms of a business, everyone talks about, well, you know, Little Village, the second magnificent mile. Well, the data doesn't bear this out. Only 8% of the Latinos own only 8% of all the businesses that have more than one employee in the Chicago metropolitan area. This is a huge, far lower than their percentage in the population. What about the big corporations that are constantly talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion? They all want to market their wokeness. Well, of the 50 biggest companies in Chicago, the largest revenues, just 2.5% of their corporate executives were Hispanic in 2022, and that hasn't budged in 10 years. Only 2.5% were Hispanic. And again, we don't have data for Mexicans, but if you know that the Mexicans are 3/4 roughly of the population, you got an idea what the potential could be. And on the boards of directors of these companies, 4.1% of them were Latino. So they advertise their commitment and their enlightenment, but in their practice, especially at the highest levels of power, they are not reflecting the words that they speak. The story of this report is unmistakable. Mexicans were an unheralded part of Chicago's industrial heyday. They have been a critical part of the city's remarkable comeback in the post-industrial service era. Mexican youth represent a disproportionate share of Chicago's future. It's time policymakers and city leaders recognize the Mexican contribution to Chicagoland through actions, not just words. More importantly, that was my closing. I wanted to read to you just a few of the quotes of the people in the focus groups, because data is one thing, but when people tell you the experiences that they felt, you get a better sense of what is going on. Here's a comment from one of the community leaders in McHenry County. Woodstock in McHenry County was the hub for a lot of Latino farm workers who came for the harvesting season. We were highly discriminated against, highly harassed, and we had to endure a lot of things. In school, we used to take our lunch, our burritos and our tacos, and we would sit in the lunchroom, and the other students would come and knock our food off the table, and they would tell us, all you want to eat. The teachers would sit there and watch and laugh. We took it in a very humble way. We didn't create any issues. We just walked away and started to eat our lunch on the bus on the way to school so we wouldn't go hungry throughout the day. Another one from the suburban focus group. I have worked for years in the Waukegan area in Lake County. The government there was always majority white, although they are a minority, because Waukegan is over 60% Hispanic. It is very popular with Mexican immigrants, but there's a big gap between the government and the people who live in any of those communities. From the education focus group, the high school that I went to, it had poor curriculum. And I remember people would look at me crazy when I told them my school required us to walk through metal detectors every day and have our bags searched every single day. They don't do that to the white students. They only do that to the Latino and African American students. Why? Or another young woman in the focus group said, my parents spent 20 years in factories working night shifts, and it was hard for them. I couldn't pull my mom to a PTA meeting or to volleyball games or basketball games at school. I couldn't have my dad participating at school. I was by myself for all these things. It sucks when you don't realize as a kid that not all parents have that extra time to be involved. From the housing focus group, the home ownership aspect makes a difference. I got here in 1978. There were 10 of us Mexicans in the building, all renters. Now all own their own homes, and at least 2 of them own a business. I think that's our story, but we're too humble to tell it, and we want to be accommodating. We just want to get along. From the civic engagement focus group, and this was one where people were talking about some of the other towns that had, where Latinos were not represented, and one of them was North Chicago, where Latinos are about the majority of the population, but most of the town leaders and council members are African American. And they said, what we're trying to do is work with other black organizations to let our communities know that our issues are the same, that the systems have pitted us against each other and promoted the mindset of lack of resources. Even among Mexicans, with the new arrivals from Venezuela, there's a lot of anger because some, including my mother, have been undocumented for 30 years in this country and they still have no work permits, still have no way to citizenship. And yet we have the new arrivals coming here and they're getting those permits within months. And the sense of resistance from another participant in an education panel. I want to mention the sacrifices it took for the Mexican community to get Little Village Lawndale High School built. There was a hunger strike and a protest. If we go back to Benito Juarez being built in Pilsen, the Mexican-American community had to work to be heard by the Board of Education. When the district was closing down Diet High School in Englewood, it was the Mexican-Americans from Little Village who talked to the Diet parents and said, this is how we did it. This is how you should do it too, to make sure your school doesn't close, and they actually were successful. So I think the other lesson of this report, it's more importantly, it's time for Mexicans to stop being so humble and demand respect. That they organize, the enormous power of their numbers, networks, and organizing skills, that they mobilize the power of their vote to reclaim a greater share of the prosperity they have helped to create. Thank you, and I hope you'll read the report in its entirety.
Isn't he awesome? Yes. Okay, we're followed by another really incredibly awesome panel. If I can have state legislators please come up, along with the executive director of the Illinois Latino Legislative Caucus Foundation, Oswaldo Alvarez, who will moderate this panel. These folks here are the leadership of the Illinois Latino legislature. So Rep. Hernandez and Senator Aquino are heads of the Caucus Foundation, and Senator Villanueva and Representative Avilar are the heads of the caucus. But I don't want to take your job away from you, Oswaldo. So one of the things, you all, is, as I've said all day long, we're highlighting our partnerships. And we have had such a blessed and wonderful partnership with the Illinois Latino Legislative Caucus Foundation. So it is with great pleasure that I introduce to you its Executive Director, Oswaldo Alvarez.
Okay. All right, it's kind of weird everyone's getting their food. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Osvaldo Alvarez, Executive Director of the Illinois Legislative Latino Caucus Foundation. We are the nonprofit arm of the Latino Caucus. Well, here, why don't you go ahead and then take it on.
I'll also quickly introduce myself. Hi, everyone. Good morning or good afternoon. I'm Representative Norma Hernandez. I represent the suburbs of Cook County and a little bit of DuPage, so I get to represent the area that I grew up in. My family has lived in Melrose Park for 3 generations now, and I'm the 4th generation now that gets to actually really think about what our communities need and benefit, so it's an honor to be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Omar Aquino, State Senator of the 2nd District, which encompasses Westtown, Ukrainian Village, Humboldt Park, Belmont Cragen for the most part. I've been in office for 8 years now. I'm in leadership in the Senate, which I am the Majority Caucus Chair for whatever that means. But I also get to be the co-chair of the Latino Caucus Foundation with my counterpart, Representative Hernandez.
Buenas tardes, everybody. How's everybody doing? So I know that we have the really tough panel of, I was going to say, standing between you and lunch, but you're actually having lunch, so I guess I'm a little bit glad about that. But I am State Representative Dagmara Avelar, and I represent the 85th District, which is in Will County. So areas of Bolingbrook, Romeoville, Lockport, with a sprinkle of Naperville, Joliet, Cresthill, and Woodridge. Happy to be here.
And you're the co-chair?
I am the co-chair of the Illinois Legislative Latino Caucus in the House.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Selena Villanueva. I'm State Senator of the 12th District, which encompasses the brown belt that Juan Gonzalez was talking about on the southwest side of the city of Chicago. It includes neighborhoods like Little Village, Pilsen, Brighton Park, parts of Back of the Yards, parts of McKinley Park, Bridgeport, Chinatown, and a tiny bit of Cicero. And I am the other Latino Caucus co-chair in the Senate, and very proud of it. So I think we can go ahead and get started.
All right, okay. Thank you so much to all of you. And I didn't say, I born and raised in Logan Square. Yeah, one of those neighborhoods that saw 10,000 less Latinos now. But as you can see, we have north side, south side suburbs. So we're all here. And so in today's panel, you know, one of the big pieces that we want to make sure that we discuss with you all is Raíces, our platform at through the caucus that you all may know, and our partnership with Great Cities Institute and the work that lies ahead, right? So with that, you know, I guess I wanted to start with Representative Norma Hernandez, who actually is a veteran, I guess, with Great Cities Institute, right? And tell us a little bit about your vision a couple of years ago when you came into the foundation, and how you saw this partnership. What was your vision, and how do you see it moving forward?
Thank you. I think, ironically, right, when I first was working with Teresa, and the idea of a Latino Research Initiative was we were still thinking about what that can look like. And I was able to be a part of those conversations of understanding how great cities can host a hub for Latino research, and how we can hire more students like myself, because I started as a student, as a research assistant at Great Cities, and how can we hire more students, Latino students, and really teach them and create that pipeline for research. Academics, right? Understanding that we need to build our own leaders within the research capacity, that have that research capacity to be able to do this work, because this is a work that we know can be utilized to influence policy and create effective change in communities. And we started brainstorming and thinking about what that can look like. And then next thing you know, because of her background, right, in the way that Great Cities is recognized to doing this type of work, those projects naturally started coming in, which is how we were able to partner with Mujeres Latinas en Acción, also working with Pilsen and creating their community plan, right? And those, and then the growth of Latinos in the western suburbs was another project that we started to work on. And that hub of Latino research kept forming little by little. And when I left Great Cities with one of my last projects, I was able to then be the co-chair of the Latino Caucus Foundation. And I think even more that vision of what this hub can look like continues to grow, and I think we continue to solidify our relationship with Great Cities, because I think that at the end of the day, we deserve to have a research or Latino-focused research center that is hosted by an institution, right? That is the end goal. And for us to be able to embed our work with our legislative work with the research arm that we trust, right? Because it's also about the people that we work with that we trust that actually can do good research, that is community driven, that actually has real community engagement. We know those centers now, and we are grateful that Great Cities has been able to really understand that vision for us, and we're going to continue going, and it's amazing to see that moment come full circle.
Thank you, Rep. And Senator Aquino, you've been part of the foundation you're actually one of the most senior members of the caucus, if not the most. Tell us a little bit about this transition, right, between how from when you started, right, and what Raíces was, or what the concept was, to what it became, and to what you see it for the future.
Yeah, so I've been in office for 8 years, and a few years back, I was the co-chair of the Latino Caucus and also of its foundation. We actually, whoever was the two co-chairs, there's one in the House and one in the Senate, chaired all of it, and we did not have staff. And so what happened was that, we've been around for about 23 years now, and for about 20 years, we just kept on doing the same thing over and over again. And when asking, why do we do, these things this way, the response essentially was, well, why not? That's how we've always done it. And so I think we sort of got stuck in the mud where we did two things, and I think that the very well needed things, which is one was we raised money to give scholarships to students, and two was we had a conference that the idea behind the conference, which was one day, once a year, was to help set up sort of a policy, inspire us and to set up a policy agenda for the next session. And it really sort of lost that touch, I would say. I would argue that, we had a conference, but it really didn't tie to a policy agenda for the next year. And so we, before my first term as chair, we made some changes. One is that we sort of really try to separate the caucus and its foundation by having two different sets of chairs. And so that two members of the General Assembly can focus on the caucus issues and all the dynamics within Springfield and under the dome. And the other two can focus on really what our foundation really could be and rethink it. And so we've went and hired an executive director. We also created a fellowship program where our now chief of staff, soon to be deputy director, Liz Gutierrez, came out of, which was a partnership with U of I System and PepsiCo. And we really, from there, and then we have a policy director also in Kim and Kimberly, and we started sort of to rethink some things. And so we really wanted to have a foundation to serve the purpose of what we initially thought it was going to be, which is really have a sort of a policy arm and a not-for-profit section of the caucus that can help really drive a policy agenda and other things, and work within the community and assist us in that way. And I think that we've certainly moved in that direction. And then recently we've had, and I'll let my colleagues touch upon the Raíces, we created in discussion with each other and with help of the Greater Cities Institute, is create this document called Raíces, which is what we are trying to make sure that we are, our three principles that we're modeling legislation in our work from. And I'll let, if it's okay, Representative Avelar kind of discuss a little bit more about what those three things are and what we're trying to accomplish with that.
Great. I'll touch a little bit on this. So when I started in the legislature, which was I got elected in 2020 and started in 2021, we were still very much in the midst of a pandemic. And I think that one of the things that activated me to run for office was this whole issue, or this whole notion that if you're not at the table, you're part of the menu, right? And just thinking about just the trajectory of the Latino Caucus from the years when it was when it was created until now, and seeing that there's a lot of movement folks who are also now part of the legislature. And I just want to say that first, because I think that many of us come from backgrounds where before we do things and before we turn it into action, we think about the whys, right? And we want to think about Raíces as that moral document that is guiding our principles. So, we started with different principles around health equity, community development, et cetera. And as we continue to fine tune this, because as what Senator Aquino mentioned, this is a living dynamic document, which means that every single session throughout the summer as well, we continue to talk about how do we fine tune the things that we're doing so that we're actually are bringing back receipts to our community, so that when we're talking to our neighbors who are saying, my mother, or somebody just said it, my mother has not gotten a pathway to citizenship. At the state legislature, we don't manage immigration law, but guess what? We can put funding into services that help people regardless of immigration status. So thinking outside the box is what Raíces is about. It's about thinking about what is possible, what we can do with the system as we have to get it to where we need it to be. That is the core of organizing. So I think for many of us, that's what lead us into doing the work here. I'll stop. That was a little bit of context, but I want Senator Villanueva to take it on from there.
I love how Senator Aquino said we didn't have staff, but I felt like I was staff that first year. And I want to give a little bit more context to the conversations that we're having, particularly right now, and why I think that there's such a great tie-in to, I think, what we're trying to do as legislators, both as a caucus, as the group of legislators, but also as the foundation, is that, yes, it is about having movement people now being in positions of again, decision-making positions, but it's also about the way in which we're viewing the work. I think the Latino caucus that we have right now is very different than the Latino caucus 10 years ago. Not just because of the makeup of membership, because whereas the Latino caucus 10 years ago, I think had one Latina senator, and I think maybe a couple of representatives, was basically all men. And very different in terms of the values and the beliefs. Now, I'm not saying everybody, because that's a generalization, and I think that there have been some really great key figures who have done some really great work over the years. But the focus and the goal of the Latino legislators right now that are sitting in these positions reflect, I think, a lot of what Juan Gonzalez was talking about. And I was like, just thinking about all the anecdotes. I was like, I don't have the data, but I definitely have all the stories that align with all of the data. I think a good chunk of our Latino caucus is in their 30s and very early 40s. And we're constantly getting this feedback from our counterparts, because if you look at the makeup of most state legislators, it's on the older end of things. Whereas I have colleagues who are talking about their grandkids, I don't have kids. And it's this very different dynamic because of the priorities that obviously we're thinking about. For me, reproductive rights is a very huge priority, and it's a big scope of the work that I take on. Both because of obviously the impact that it's having nationally and globally, but also because as a Latina, the fight for reproductive rights is intrinsically tied to the fact that there are powers that be that want more white babies to be born because they're afraid of the amount of brown babies that are being born in this country. And when I say that out loud to people, they don't understand that. They understand the fact of oh, the handmaiden's tale, and that's going to come to pass. And it's but you realize that there's more tied to that. It's because of the numbers that we were just hearing, that 30-something% of enrolled people, or 30-something% of the population of higher ed is Latino in the city of Chicago. That's what scares people in power. They're scared of people in our position making the decisions that we're making that actually put money into the programs that we know and that we see. There's a reason why there's a lot of people in these powerful positions that try to do everything they can possible in order to stop resources from going into communities. And so a lot of the priorities that we've worked on collectively, particularly I want to say more intensely in the past 6 years, and I'm not just saying that because I've been in the legislature 6 years, but it has been because I think we collectively have come together in a meeting of the minds to say that it's more than enough of us that agree with the values. It's the values of equity, justice, and community development. And it isn't just like, oh, we want big skyscrapers everywhere. It's like, no, we know that there's a lot of Latino business owners out there, small business owners, that don't get counted in these numbers because they don't have more than one employee because they're the employee. And technically, they're not even considered small businesses. Those are considered micro businesses. And what's also not considered is the people power that their kids and other family members put in. Because when you think of small businesses, you don't always think about the señora that sells tamales on the corner. I'm blaming it because I need some tamale power right now. On the corner, because what you think of is, oh, she's out there selling her wares, but the reality is she's probably got a whole group of people helping her in order to do that. But because it's an informal economy, it's an informal business compared to the business licenses that you have to pay for, or the liquor licenses that you have to pay for, the food processing, all of those things. Because of all of that, and because it's inherently set up so that people who are coming from the bottom, in order to try to get, to bigger and higher ground, it's made to not really help them. Like, I'm a legislator, and I will tell you that the biggest nightmare that I have is the bureaucracy of government. It is the biggest nightmare and the biggest headache that I have, because that's what we're constantly up against whenever we're trying to change the status quo to help our communities.
And one thing that I do want to make sure that, and for everyone to know, these last 2 years have been very instrumental for the Latino Caucus and for the Latino Caucus Foundation. The Latino Caucus Foundation has grown tremendously, right? We were like a very small budget to now we have staff, as Senator Aquino was alluding to. And we've been also working very diligently in making sure that we lift up every part of our mission, right? Which is one is to promote the next generation of Latino leadership, but then two is also to advocate for the needs and wants of the community, right? To act as the public policy arm of the caucus. And so with that means that there's been a lot of institutionalizing of a lot of the work, right? And so with that, I think that we would like to hear from both the leadership of the foundation and the leadership of the caucus in terms of what that partnership looks like, in terms of the institutionalizing a lot of the work, and why do we do that, and where do we want to go from there?
Okay, I'll just say this. When I think about legacy, I don't think about individuals, right? I think about what happens after we're gone. The idea of power and the thing is that power is neutral, and what you do with it is what's going to set you apart. So when I think about why do we need to do this, it's because we want to continue to build a legacy that does not forget where we come from and all the things that had to be done in order for us to get here. I would be lying if I said that my legislative experience is the same as the legislative experience of a Latina who came in maybe 20 years ago, right? Where even the word undocumented was foreign to a lot of the legislators. We're learning about immigration and learning about the fact that Latinos are not a monolith was not even part of the question. It was more about how do I make sure that I integrate and assimilate, as opposed to no. We need to be proud about where we come from, and we are also part of what makes America great, and be unapologetic about it. Yeah. So I think that part of doing what you're asking about is continuing to build on a legacy that continues to build a bench, because we're not the ones who are going to be here forever. We need to continue to build that power at all levels, federal, state, and local as well.
Yeah. I want to give an example of how the relationship between the foundation and the caucus has been truly helpful in the legislature, and this year in particular. So many of us, because we have more membership, serve in a number of different committees, and some of the most important committees that we serve on are appropriation committees. And the reason is that, of our tasks of what we have to do as legislators, we pass thousands of bills a year to, hopefully have a positive impact on our state. But I would argue the most important job that we have, and it's actually in our Constitution that we have to get this done by the end of May, is having a balanced budget. And a budget is really a moral document to say what we as a government are going to invest, in what communities, what people, what programs, and so forth. And so, being in the Appropriations Committee, we as members of the General Assembly in the legislature get to hold the administration accountable. And look, Illinois is sort of known as a blue state. We have a supermajority, but even with that, we have to make sure that as a caucus, when we are fighting for every single dollar to come to our communities, because we also, all of us, are taxpayers and so forth, and should get a return on our investment, that we are making sure that those dollars are that we're fighting for are going to our communities, and they're going to good usage. So with that said, the foundation this year was able to hire additional staff to do our own research to make sure that we were asking questions that were focused of our communities. So as a member of the Appropriations Committees, we get from Democratic, we're all Democrats up here, we get Democratic questions and staff and background, but it's focused on how leadership and our own staff people view the world, right? And so if you have a staff member that is a white person from Peoria, and no offense to them, whatnot, they're going to view the world very differently than someone, a female of color, Latina, that is from, Little Village or Pilsen or whatnot. And so we were able to utilize research that was done in partnership with GCI sometimes and so forth, but with our own lens to the world to make sure that when we were up there holding administrators accountable and asking them questions about where is this money going to, how many staff members of yours are Latino, Latina, what positions do they have, how if they are if they're doing bilingual services, because, oh, hey, Dagmara knows how to speak Spanish, get her to translate this. Are you paying Dagmara for that translation? And all those things, we actually were able to have something and that was the first year that we've done that. And it was sort of great to see, because these administrators, and again, all part of the same party, were shocked sometimes. And, that we were asking sort of these very specific questions with the lens of our communities and holding them accountable to those things, because they weren't expecting those things, because even staff share the questions that that the data that they give to the members, Democratic staff, to the administration, because they're not trying to shock them and make sure that they have informed answers on the record. But when the Latino caucus is armed with its own data and its own set of questions and known things, it elevated, I would argue, the type of conversation that was had on the record with these departments.
I want to give an anecdote to that, because I think I want to correlate it with what you're hearing throughout the course of the day. So in these appropriations hearings, Senator Aquino and I are part of the budgeteers. We're part of a very small group of legislators that he was overseeing the Appropriations Committee of Health and Human Services. So when we talk about a lot of the nonprofit infrastructure, and money that's coming from the state, it falls under that program. Also Medicaid and bigger programs like that. I'm the revenue chair in the Senate, and so I'm tasked with trying to figure out where we get money from in order to pay for a lot of these programs and additional programs that we're fighting for. But I want to give an anecdote in terms of how this correlates with both, I think, our responsibilities as legislators, because we're obviously elected by our districts, but as Latino legislators and forming part of the Latino caucus, we're also responsible for the Latino population of the state of Illinois. That's an additional role that we have that obviously is not paid, and not that we expect to be paid, but is a role because of our identity, because we do have bylaws in our caucus, of we take this on because it is who we are as Latino legislators. This is intrinsically who we are, and therefore we have accountability to the Latino, Latinx community in the state of Illinois. The Department of Agriculture, our Department of Agriculture of the state of Illinois, the director is a former legislator, a former House member. He is a white man, obviously from downstate Illinois. And I remember this and having this conversation with him, and everyone was surprised. And I remember a bunch of people who came up to me, because this ties to the collar counties. I have family members that have moved from Melrose Park. Well, they lived in the city, moved to Melrose Park, bought a house in Melrose Park, and now have moved to Kankakee County, like outside of, out of Kankakee. Like they're in rural counties. And there has been a very large trend of Mexicans, particularly Mexican community members, who instead of buying land in Mexico are buying land in rural Illinois because of obviously a lot of what's going on with the cartels in Mexico and because of a lot of mistrust, because of a whole bunch of things. There's a variety of reasons, but I have family members who have done that and have moved again, to middle of nowhere Kankakee. From my house to their house, it takes an hour and a half to get there. I think I'm literally 45 minutes away from Champaign by that point. But I brought this up because in me going over there and seeing my family members, and again, knowing this, we were prepared with questions, because what they're not realizing, what certain departments of the state of Illinois don't realize, is as population shifts, the needs are gonna shift. And so the question is do you have people that are helping? Because again, the point of a lot of people moving is they're buying small parcels of land because eventually they want to have larger farms. They want to have working farms. They want to have horses. They want to have cows. They want to have the whole shebang. There's a lot of jaripeos that are happening in Harvard, Illinois, out in, Kankakee. Like Mexican Independence Day was all up and down my Facebook feed because my cousins were making sure everybody knew that they were celebrating in St. Anne's Parish. And so I asked the questions of is the Department of Agriculture keeping up with the populations and the shift that's happening in these small communities? Because this community, which my family moved to, actually used to be a predominantly Black agricultural community. But as those communities and their children are moving away from rural America because a lack of jobs, because of poverty, because of a variety of things, the people who are moving in, and this isn't just in Illinois, if you go to Iowa, if you go to Wisconsin, if you go to rural communities, in the state of Illinois, there are Latinos in every county in the state of Illinois. And as the Department of Agriculture, they're working in agricultural situations. They're working in farms, they're working in dairy farms, whatever it is. They're working in all these different places, but they're also owning land. So are you doing your due diligence as the Department of Agriculture to make sure that you're meeting the needs of these communities that are now gonna be helping to transform, and again, tip the scales of what's happening and honestly saving rural America? And I think that's a prime example of the situations where when we're able to get data that helps us to convey the story that we know that's happening, whether it's a personal anecdote or whether it's something that somebody comes to tell us about, then we have the ability to then hold these departments, the administration, accountable to making sure that those services, whether they're having questions and they are starting small businesses and there are grants that are available for that those grants are available in language, or that there's actually staff that are available to help them in language, because that's an accessibility issue. And so I think that's a prime example of some of the work that we're trying to do to help actually answer questions, but also to hold people accountable in making sure that the work is being done and that people are actually getting help instead of being let out high and dry.
And then I'll tie that up with, I think as one of the newest members, right, I just got elected and started my first term last year. We're only as effective if we prepare, right? So going into this committees, all these subject matter hearings that we're a part of, as a new member, it's a lot of learning and understanding of even how the state government works, because I had never worked in state government before. And the fact that we have a foundation now that's hired people to focus on making sure that we're prepared for these committees so we can be effective. And institutionalizing that type of model is the key to really actually bringing change, because we're already going through different, we wear different hats, right? We're working, and we're also taking care of our families at home, right? So we have to spend so much of our time just preparing for things, and the fact that we now have this arm with the foundation of people that are actually helping us and be prepared for these committees and asking the hard questions and then following up after the committee ends to make sure that whatever answers they don't have to respond to us on that day, that we get an answer, whether it's a week from now, a month from now, but we're making sure we're doing the follow-ups. I think that it's a very unique moment that we are experiencing here, because I know when I went to a conference in Seattle over the summer, with different Latino legislators all across the country, they know about the Latino Caucus Foundation in Illinois. They're asking me, how can they get connected to our executive director, because they're looking at our website, they want to model what we're doing, and they're asking me for my experience and to share the things that I've been able to learn. And that tells you how important it is for us to have a foundation that's really focused and have an actual executive director that's solely focusing on growing the foundation, because it's allowed me to become more effective in my role. And I think the goal is to, as we get more Latino members into the caucus, because the goal is to grow, right, is making sure that those newer members have that they have that mentorship from the foundation and support, because we also want them to be effective in their districts.
Thank you. Did you want to say something, Avalar?
Ask the question and then.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess, one of the questions that I wanted to ask was also, I wanted to transition a little bit over into the conference that we're going to have in a couple of days. And I wanted to have a conversation regarding the new structure and the why of that structure. So I don't know if.
So I apologize because the governor is coming to my district and I gotta go do some business walks. And so I gotta leave in like 5 minutes. But if you have questions, hit me up on the social media. I know some people are very anti-Instagram and TikTok, but I do love social media. But you can always call my office if you have more questions or if you wanna meet up. This goes back to our caucus looking very different than it did before. So Representative Avalar and I actually were friends before we became legislators. We were organizing with the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights. So we're both movement people and consider ourselves movement people. And I think one of the biggest things and I think Leader Aquino talked about this in terms of like the way that our conference has kind of shifted over the years. We've done the work in trying to identify, again, what the raíces, like what raíces mean to us. Like that was a whole process in and of itself of even just determining like what are the key pillars. And this really came on the backs of and I give credit to the Illinois Legislative Black Caucus, because during the pandemic and post George Floyd murder, they all came together to really work on pillars of work that were very relevant and very timely for the Black community. And that example of like the time is now to do this work, and also because we were going through a pandemic that ravaged Latino communities like nobody's business. One of the data points that I like to point out is throughout the whole pandemic, the Southwest side, we had 4 out of the top 5 COVID positive zip codes throughout the entirety of the pandemic. The other highest COVID positive zip code was in Leader Aquino's district. And they were Latino communities. And that was because it was our communities that were literally the communities that could not work from home. These were service industry workers, these were factory workers, manufacturing. These were all the folks that were still making sure that the city and the state operated. And so we knew that this was the reality that we were facing. And in the process of, again, aligning our values and trying to figure out what that meant, we came up with, obviously, our raíces, which for us were, okay, these are the things that we believe in. We're gonna try to align, obviously, our legislative priorities and our budget priorities through this. And then again, we've done the work of fine-tuning it as a caucus. But in that same conversation, like in Springfield, we get a lot of legislative ideas from a lot of organizations like an ICER or like a Planned Parenthood or like, again, really great groups, but there's also a lot of powers that be who have not so great ideas. Like Senator Aquino mentioned, at any given point, there are thousands of pieces of legislation that are being introduced both in the House and in the Senate. And just because you introduce a bill in the Senate doesn't necessarily mean that the same bill is being introduced in the House. Sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't. So we got a lot that that has to be read through, and he in leadership has to actually go through all of those bills. I luckily do not. I only need to care about my bills and obviously additional bills. But in order to try to streamline a process, and instead of just saying like we're gonna have some focus groups with community members, which I think are very, very pivotal, We said, why don't we change the way that we have our conference? Instead of acting like we're the ones who know everything, which we don't. Like, I think we're jacks of all trades because, like, we have to know a little bit about a lot of things. Why don't we have people tell us what the priorities should be? Why don't we have community tell us, as a Latino caucus, these are the things that our community needs to be doing? And so last year, we shifted the way and the conversation by making it a data-driven conversation to kind of be like, okay, does this make sense? Does this data actually like resonate with you? And we had such a great conversation and such a great outcome. But we wanted to continue the conversation because I feel like based off of, like, you get really great ideas just off of brainstorming and off a good conversation. And so this year, we really shifted it because as we're growing and redefining or, you know, further aligning our shift of the raíces to be justice, equality, and community development, we need the community to tell us what that means. Because we individually have ideas of what that means, but that also looks differently for each and every one of you. And from that, we believe that we're gonna have some really good ideas that are gonna help transform, not just legislative policy of the caucus, but are gonna help transform the state of Illinois.
Yeah. Yeah. So in 2 days, you all are invited to join us in Rosemont on Thursday. Please join us. It's going to be a great discussion. But I would say the thing that we really have tried to do in transforming this this conference is, and we're back in Rosemont, as many who've gone years before. I think the only thing that is the same is that we went back to the original location. However, if you join us on Thursday, be ready to work. Because really, it's the idea behind our conference is to really have a conversation and discussion with our community and community leaders. And leaders means from students to someone that has been doing non-for-profit work for like 30, 40 years, right? So everyone in this room is a leader, and we want to hear from you all to really have this engagement with you all to inspire and inform what our directives are going to be as a caucus next session. And so quite literally, there are going to be pieces of legislation that is going to be inspired by the conversations that are had on Thursday. Mm-hmm. So if you show up on Thursday, know that there is going to be some pieces of legislation through this General Assembly that the Latino caucus is going to advocate as a caucus. And I would say we're probably going to pass several of them because we kind of know what we're doing a little bit. But in reality, you are going to have the opportunity to affect change in the state of Illinois because we are going with open ears. We're gonna sort of try to guide the discussion in the sense of like, here are the things that we believe we can, affect change in and whatnot, but we want to hear from you all so that we are, again, given that directive so that when we show up again for a new General Assembly, for a new session in January, we can talk to our colleagues and the administration and said, this is what the Latino community has sent us to go do. This was in discussion and in partnership with our community. And this is what they told us that they want us to accomplish. And so it's also a way for hopefully you all to keep us, to hold us accountable. Because we are not immune to or like allergic to accountability. We all represent people in our districts, but we all represent you all. We are public servants. We're here to serve. So if we say we're gonna go do something, we wanna put out those goals and we wanna accomplish that and we wanna, a year from now, celebrate these accomplishments together, and you're going to help with that.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I think for me, what I keep thinking is the activist bureaucrat, and I've said this to the governor too in an early childhood panel. We think about the different areas where we could affect change. As legislators, we do. I cannot stress enough how important it is to make sure that we have people who love bureaucracy, and I hate bureaucracy, and yet like a lot of the work that we do in government is bureaucracy. But it just makes a difference to see people who come from movements, who are directly impacted by the decisions that we make, work in departments that are going to affect our community on a day-to-day basis. It's a whole nother conversation when you have somebody who says, you know, I did have an ELL experience because I myself had to take English as a second language when I was in high school and things were not right, and have that lived experience. So I think when I think about the conference, I think about, again, going back to continuing to build that bench of policymakers, of state government workers, of folks who are advising us on what is the best thing to do. Because at the end of the day, the way that I see the work that we do is we're vessels to change, or we're vessels to accountability as well. When we see something that's not right, it should be pointed out and it should be corrected. So that's what I think about. I think there's this good article called "Why Am I Being Researched?" And one of the things that resonated with me was, if evidence matters, we must care about how it gets made. And I think that Thursday, which is when we have our policy conference, we're putting our money where our mouth is by saying, we care about what you have to say, and we are going to have tangibles that come out of it.
Anything you want to say? Go for it before I close it.
Thank you, Representative Evola. That was actually really amazing way to close. I think just kind of advice for the students that we have here. If you have the opportunity to attend our conference, I highly recommend it. I know growing up and being in school myself, I wish I had those opportunities or knew about those opportunities. And it's really one of those moments where when you really network in these spaces, it changes your career. You'll be surprised the needs that we have when it comes to hiring people that really have a good educational background, but also a great lived experience that they can then be able to be great in the workforce. So I highly recommend that you attend, and just know that many of us here, and especially in the Latino caucus, we're very approachable. Don't be shy in coming up to us. I think, like Dagmara said, we're vessels. And our goal here, it wasn't just to be in office and represent our districts, but it was also to build leadership. And we're being very intentional. So whether you live in our districts or not, we're here to make sure that we're being accessible to you and to support you. So take advantage of it, and please attend on Thursday.
Okay. And I mean, so as you all can see, and I know, and I just got like that, I have like 4 minutes left. That we have 4 minutes left. As you all can see, you know, this is the new Latino Caucus Foundation and Legislative Latino Caucus, the leadership. As you can see, we are working very hard, one, in making sure that, that we are very well equipped with the information in order to be effective at the job, right? Like how many of you knew, for example, let's say, that when you become an elected official, you don't necessarily have a budget to really hire policy analysts, directors, what have you, and stuff like that. So of course, you know, when you go into the job, right, you need a lot of different information that is coming to you from a whole lot of different directions. A lot of the work that we're building is to make sure that we have a concentrated place and space through which all of our Latino elected officials can have the information as they are doing the checks and balances, right, with the executive branch, as Senator Aquino was saying. And we want to make sure that everything we do it with community input, hence the conference and the way that we are doing that work. But before we close it, I don't know, Dr. Cordova, if you wanted to...
I actually do want to each of you to say something, because we had the honor of myself and Taya Crum, who's also with Great Cities Institute, does participatory budgeting. She's just this awesome community engaged facilitator and so on. So we had the opportunity to facilitate a retreat. And each of you talked about your accomplishments over the last year, legislative session. And I think while you were focusing on sort of the big picture here, I think this might be in the remaining time that you have, and we just do it very quickly, something about some of the bills that you got passed, and just some of your accomplishments, because I think, you know, you'll hear a lot of us talk about how incredible this group of legislators are, but just tell a little bit about some of the things you accomplished.
I could go first. The very first thing that I think about is the Language Access and Equity Act. We were able to actually have it be made into law and signed by the governor a couple of months ago. I think I was the sponsor of the bill in the House, and Senator Karina Villa was the sponsor in the Senate. I think my my fellow co-chair, Senator Villanueva, talked about this, and so did Senator Aquino. The power that we have when it comes to being in appropriations and being in any committee where you get to question specific departments. Some of the things that we've been doing throughout the years, and particularly in the past 2 years, have been asking every single department if they have a language access plan. And you will be surprised at how many times we were met with blank stares. Yes, we do have a language access plan, and then when you actually see it, it's absolutely horrendous. But I think what that sparked is all of a sudden we had departments who were actually also reaching out to caucus members, reaching out to community organizations to look at what does a language access plan look like. And knowing that each department has different interactions with people whose primary language is a different language other than English, we knew that at the end of the day, we could have a really good administration, but we could also have a bad one too, God forbid, that if we don't codify certain things into statute, then they're not going to get done. So for us, the Language Access and Equity Act was something that we fought for and we advocated for years, and we finally got it to the finish line. So I'm very happy to have passed it. But most importantly, I'll be more than happy to come back next year with an evaluation of what have we actually been able to accomplish. Because one thing is to pass a law, and a whole nother thing is to actually implement it, and implement it in a way that makes an impact. So that's the one for me.
For me, I'll be quick. I think one of my favorite legislations that I was able to pass, it was getting $2 million appropriated for an organization called Re-Up that targets college dropouts, specifically from either a four-year institution or a community college, and they get them back into school with the resources that they need to make sure that they are able to finish. And the stats, because one of my community colleges, Triton College, that's in my district, they were one of the 4 pilot schools in the state that were able to do this before getting state funding, and the stats were really great. It is targeting students of color and also single parents, right? Students that are low income. And those are the people that we want to target to get back into the workforce, get back into school, and make sure that we are giving them careers that are alleviating them out of poverty, because that is how you create sustainable change. So that was a bill that I was very grateful to really help advocate and push for, and it passed this year. So.
Yeah, clap that up. So I would say that look, we don't do this work alone, and there was a number of bills that, as a caucus, we advocated for and supported that became law, which is great. One of the pieces of legislation that I was the chief sponsor of, but had like the Latino caucus support from the very beginning, was to create a child tax credit in the state of Illinois. For the first time ever in the state of Illinois, we will have a child tax credit that is going to be $100 million that is dedicated to working families until somebody decides to change that law. But from now in perpetuity, there will be a child tax credit here in the state, and that is continued work on also the earned income tax credit, which last year we did 2 things. One is that we increased it from 18% to 20% of the federal amount, but also we expanded it by 3 different groups. Young folks from 18 to 26, seniors as well were now eligible, and then there was a 3rd group, which is ITIN filers. So if you are a taxpayer, literally a taxpayer in the state of Illinois, it doesn't matter what document you might have of saying you are a citizen or not. If you live in the state of Illinois, you pay taxes and you earn income and you are eligible for getting a tax credit, that is your money. You should get that back in your pockets. And so that is some of the work that we are doing to make sure that those folks that are in our communities busting their butt day in and day out, that there is no excuse that the money that they put towards this state, that many times they do not see come back, that we are continuing to make sure that they are eligible to get those credits when we pass tax credit. I know that some administrations love to give credits to job creators and whatnot, and that's great. But it's also who are actually doing those jobs, and how are you allowing for them to build wealth in our communities. And the impact of that, it's stimulus right back into the communities that we live at. These folks that are getting these credits are not sending their money to the Cayman Islands and storing it away. They are spending that money right in their communities for childcare, and I'm going to focus a lot on babies because I got 2 at home, for diapers, for formula, for milk, for whatever it is. That is spent right there in the community. So it's also supporting the local businesses there. It's also making sure that it's a revenue generator and an economic driver. So those are some of the things that we have done. But I would say this: I've been doing this work now to 8 years. And we stand on the shoulders of some amazing giants. And I say that the Latino caucus got in a lull, but in no way is that a shot at any of those members. We had great people doing a lot of great work for years and years, and we just get to hopefully add on to a lot of great work that was already done before us. What we are, as a few of us being younger members and with reinvigorated energy into our caucus, is knowing that, look, getting some of these opportunities is not necessarily a right that we have. It's a privileged work to get to do the job we do. But we need to make sure that that door that was opened for us, that we are tearing them down for the generations to come. So the students that are in here, please know that we are doing this work for you, so that the Latino caucus, and I had advocated a few years ago that it should be called the Latina caucus, because there's a lot more Latinas than are Latinos nowadays. You all are going to increase the number of members in our General Assembly, because no matter where you live, we should all have a voice, and you will make sure of that. And we just hope that we are doing a job to allow those opportunities for every single one of you to do whatever you want to do, be it in the General Assembly, be a professor, and be the president of the U of I system one day, be a chancellor here at UIC
That's
one
right,
day.
that's right.
that we look like in all levels what our community is. And so I want to thank you all for this opportunity today. And Osvaldo, you can close out.
And I just want to thank you all for your leadership with the foundation, with the caucus. It truly is rewarding to work with all of you every single day, day in, day out. Everyone, I really mean it. This is a family that we have here. And so people are looking at us. They're like, shit, what are they doing over there? Así que I just want to say thank you to all of you, and thank you all for being part of this conversation with us.
I love these people. They're all so hardworking. So I want to, while they're going to take their photo opportunity and we get ready for our final set of speakers, I do want to sort of take note on a couple of things. I've mentioned earlier about the faculty affiliates of the Latino Research Initiative, and then we've talked about the importance, and so there are some other faculty here, but I also wanted to particularly acknowledge the first, check this out, it took us until 2 years ago, the first Latino dean at University of Illinois, Chicago. It took us this long. We finally have a Latino dean. Dean Crespo, Carlos Crespo, right here. Boricua in the house. And he's the faculty affiliate of the Latino Research Initiative. I also want to, I mentioned earlier that Luis Duarte was in the house. This issue keeps coming up about our presence of Latinos at higher education. Well, were it not for programs like the Latin American Recruitment Educational Services, and Leonard Ramirez was here earlier, were it not for programs like that, we wouldn't have the retention that we do have. 1976, there were 100 LADES students, 1976. Today, 2024, 4,000 LADES students. And thanks to LADES, we're keeping these students at UIC. They're graduating. You have high retention rates. You have high graduation rates. Some research that we did shows that the more community engaged they are, the higher their success rates. Okay, now guess what? The Puerto Rican Cultural Center has a new executive director. He's awesome, and he's already been rocking it. They've been having lots of events. Get on their mailing list, go to their cultural events, go to their salsa activities, go to their art exhibits, and so on. I have the great honor of having your attention now so that you can welcome to the stage Dr. Ignacio Lopez.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Can you hear me okay? It's good. So thank you all so very much. I'm Ignacio Lopez, Executive Director of the Puerto Rican Arts Alliance. We are located in the Avondale neighborhood, in Avondale Logan Square neighborhood. I'm excited to be here today to talk a little bit about the Chicago Latino Arts and Culture Summit. But before that, I would be remiss to say that I'm a graduate of UIC, so it's great to be back here. I graduated my degree in nonfiction writing and poetry, so you can study poetry here as well as UIC. But when I told Papi that I was graduating poetry, Papi was like, "What are you? What are you gonna do with poetry?" Actually, look at me now, Dad. Right? I'm just kidding. My dad and I, we're good. But I do lead an amazing arts organization in the city of Chicago. It's a 27-year-old non-for-profit. We run the Latin Music Project Music School, where we teach the cuatro in several CPS schools. We also run the largest national cuatro festival on November 2nd here at the Harris Theater. That's my shameless plug. Buy your tickets. Tickets are on sale now. And we just are an amazing organization here in the city of Chicago. I'm here to talk about the Chicago Latino Arts and Culture Summit. This was an idea that was started, several years ago, about 6 or 7 years ago now, and it was founded by several folks that you know. One, Carlos Tortolero, the National Museum of Mexican Arts. Carlos Hernandez, the founder of the Puerto Rican Arts Alliance, Pepe Vargas of the International Latino Culture Center, and they run the film festival, the Latino Film Festival, and Mina Salazar, rest in peace. She was a pioneer in all her great work and was the founder of the Chicago Latino Theater Alliance, along with Mike Angel of the Paul M. Angel Family Foundation. What's the point? The point was that they all felt, as arts leaders in the city of Chicago, as Latino arts leaders in the city of Chicago, and as I was reminded yesterday, first voice organizations in the city of Chicago, they felt that there was a disconnect in how Latino arts organizations were funded in the city of Chicago. And not to discredit any of our larger museum partners and friends and families, but it just didn't feel fair that a lot of the funding for supporting the Latino arts in the city of Chicago was sort of going to other places and not in our communities. And so about 7 years ago, this group came together to form the Chicago Latino Arts and Culture Summit. And we have been organizing and bringing together 20 to 25 arts leaders from across the city of Chicago, to do 3 big things, and then I'm going to talk about why I'm here, and I'm just really grateful for the partnership with great cities. But the idea is very simple, right? And I love what I heard earlier about being unapologetically sort of straightforward in terms of the resources that our arts and culture organizations need in Chicago. But it's sort of 3 big reasons why this group formed and why it exists. One is to visibly and unapologetically enhance Latino arts in the city of Chicago. The second is to advocate for strengthening foundation, corporate, and individual giving to support Latino arts and cultural programming in the city of Chicago. I would also be remiss not to mention we have some foundations in the room and some supporters in the room for some of the work that is happening, so thank you to those groups. And thirdly, we want to be able to continue to connect our Latino arts organizations to media, to tech supports, to leadership supports, and to potential corporate board members. We are seeing a decline in folks that want to be engaging with Latino boards, Latino arts and cultural boards, and we believe it's time to bring more folks to the table to support arts and culture in the city of Chicago. So the summit is held in May. This year, we just had a planning meeting yesterday, but that meeting is on it'll be May 15. We typically host it around that second week of May over at the Omni Hotel. We are working on a website to put that information together, but if you are interested in learning more about the summit, you can always email me at ignacio@praachicago.org, ignacio@praachicago.org, or you can visit the Paul M. Angel Family Foundation website to learn more about the summit. So I am going to be co-chairing that summit this year, along with Marcela Munoz from Aguijón Theater. You probably know Aguijón Theater. We are excited to be leading the work this year on the heels of partnering with Mary Santana from the Miracle Center and Jorge Valdiva from the Chicago Latino Theater Alliance, who helped to put that work together last year. One of the big pieces of the puzzle as we bring our arts leaders together, our Latino arts leaders together from the city of Chicago, was finding ways for all of us to unapologetically tell our story through the numbers. And so thank you so much to Great Cities and Teresa and the team. They have been able to come annually to speak to our audiences and our leaders to talk briefly about sort of three big areas of the data piece that are important to us. The first is just having clarity on the demographic data that you all saw and heard about earlier. Those data are really important to us as we continue to expand Latino arts and culture programming, not just in Chicago, but now in the surrounding suburbs. We're also learning to use those data as we're seeking additional funding opportunities. It's clearly becoming a culture now in the arts and culture space where we are sort of seeking what's being called sort of these evidence-based contracts. So if we want to be able to do more work with kids in the city of Chicago or with other organizations, we have to be able to demonstrate the impact that we have on the children that we serve. That is an amazing ask, but for nonprofit organizations that have leadership teams of 1 or 2, you can imagine that there's a lot of support that our nonprofit organizations need around the data space to do their work. And then lastly, the big thing as we're sort of gearing up for next year is those of us in the arts and culture space and working with families and kids, we often say, you know, art is more than fun, right? The work that we do in our community supporting Latino children, what we're learning is that art is wellness, right? Art is non-violence prevention. Art is career readiness, right? There's a lot in the sort of arts and culture space that we need to get better at telling our story, and we look forward to partnering more with Great Cities to find ways to tell those stories through data telling and sort of the visual representation of the data and that work. So that's all I want to be able to say. Follow us or email us anytime. Email me again at ignacio@praachicago.org. Happy to share more about the summit. We are meeting in May 15, 2025 at the Omni Hotel. Also, just lastly, want to finish and say thank you so much to UIC. Thank you again to Great Cities. It is through the data pieces that are important. And we heard earlier from Juan Gonzalez say it is a key tool in supporting our narrative and our storytelling in the Latino arts and culture space in the city of Chicago. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time.
See, we don't just do economic analysis, we do arts and culture stuff too. So that was awesome, thank you. Another partnership that I wanted to share with you is one that we have with Nuestro Futuro. So without any further delay, let me bring up Alberto Morales to talk about the Latino Philanthropic Landscape Scan that we've been doing with them. It gives you a feel for some of the philanthropic dollars and how they're being spent with respect to Latino communities. Alberto Morales.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Teresa, for the kind introduction. Buenas tardes, everybody. Thank you for hanging with us. We know it's been a very exciting and very riveting day full of data. Please hang out just 20 more minutes. We know that the last 20 minutes are also punchy, we promise, and I see Mike. He's also waiting for your attention. So as Teresa said, I have the honor of serving as co-chair of Nuestro Futuro. And I also want to start by thanking Teresa Cordova, her amazing team, Thea Crum, Catherine K-Dash, and the entire GCI team for your ongoing partnership with Nuestro Futuro. This has been a labor of love for over a year to get to this point, and we'll be releasing our report in just a short month, but thank you for the opportunity to preview it, give you an appetizer before we do the big release next month. And I also want to extend our gratitude to the CCT team, Chicago Community Trust, Andreas Sainz, Jen Axelrod. They have been excellent partners in moving this landscape scan forward. If you're not too familiar with Nuestro Futuro, we've been around since 2003, and it's a Latine affinity fund that is exclusively dedicated to grant making in our community. And since our first grant making cycle in 2006, we have awarded over $4 million to more than 70 nonprofits, and we're really proud of that. Again, this started as a grassroots organization. The community stood up and said, there's no dedicated fund grant making to our Latine community. So that local leadership came together and stewarded that endowment that has since then grown and allowed us to continue to support our community. And what we're really proud of is that today we stand as the largest affinity fund of its kind dedicated to Latine philanthropy exclusively across the country. But at the same time, while we're proud of 7 million, we recognize that that's still chump change compared to a lot of the endowments that we have the privilege of sitting at on foundation boards or being program officers at, right? So with that kind of grounding as the context, we decided to partner with Great Cities Institute to really understand, well, what is the baseline of how much money from philanthropy is going to our Latine community across all of our Chicagoland and Cook County foundations, right? We asked around locally to our national partners, Hispanics in Philanthropy, and unfortunately, we kept getting the answer, we don't have a baseline. We don't have a baseline to like even just have a conversation. So with partnership again with Andreas Sainz and her team, we commissioned the landscape scan to really understand and study, well, how much money is going to our community? But why conduct a landscape scan is probably the question you're wondering. Well, the motivation is behind the landscape scan is very clear for us. Despite our community's growth of being 1/3 of Chicago and of course equal proportions in the suburbs, that demographic increase is not necessarily mirrored at the philanthropic output level from foundations, right? And we have a long way to go to meet the demand by all of you who are the Latine nonprofit sector who tell us all the time, hey, it's really hard to get foundation grants. It's really hard, like it's so competitive. That we constantly heard that, but we, again, never had a baseline. So to ensure that we did a comprehensive preview of the sector, the group scanned 6,500 organizations in the Cook County region, and they found 119 Latine-led and Latine-serving organizations. So often the problem that we heard from funders was, well, we don't know where they are. We don't know where the Latine nonprofits are. So easy fix, and we found them in partnership with GCI. So we're gonna publish that list on our website. So then there's that excuse is out the window. We can't find them. We can't find the talent. Done. That problem's fixed. So then we also conducted 20 interviews, individual interviews with local leadership of Latine-serving organizations, philanthropic leaders, focus groups, to really get a qualitative understanding of bringing this data and story to life. And if there's one, and this is the moment to pay attention if you're not paying attention, if there's one salient point that I want you to remember from this landscape scan, is that only 1.9% of total local dollars in Cook County between 2003 and 2022 went to our community. Less than 2% of all philanthropic dollars. That is the landscape scan findings from Teresa Cordova and her team. And again, giving you a preview of what's to come next week. So it's alarming, of course, but it now provides a baseline that it can ignite conversations both at the internal foundation level, but then also at the boardroom, because we now have made significant progress with having Latine representation in many, many foundation boardrooms. So the drive to push toward a more equitable and inclusive philanthropic practice is one that we take very seriously. And Our landscape scan will also highlight 5 key issue areas. So we have the overall like 1.9%, and then that's broken down by 5 issue areas and how much grant-making output is going to those. So when you think of like the full social mobility of what it takes for our community to prosper, these are the 5 that we constantly heard are the real turnkey initiatives to get our communities to move up in the socioeconomic ladder. So those are, of course, education, health equity, economic development, housing, immigration, and language access. So in our study, we also broke down how much grant-making output from foundations are going to each of those issue areas. So of course, all of those bubble up to the 1.2%. So we'll break that apart in our report. So looking ahead, our goal is to leverage this landscape scan to build the case for support for Nuestro Futuro's continued growth in our endowment. But we also recognize that it has more implications than just our fund, right? Because the conversation is long overdue of how much is philanthropy really investing in our community. And we've often been shy, one, because we haven't had representation at the foundation seat level, at the board level. But guess what? With recent progress in the last decade, and I see many of my colleagues here, we now have so many program officer roles. We have so many directors. We have EDs. We have a lot of foundation representatives at the trustee level. So right now is a really opportune moment to bring this landscape scan to life. So more to come. Please reach out to Teresa or I to find out more about our public release, and of course, subscribe to the newsletter because that's where you'll get the big launch next month. Muchas gracias.
And I should have mentioned that Alberto has also been organizing the Chicago Hispanics in Philanthropy, so we thank him for that. And I mentioned earlier there's some folks from foundations that are here in the house, Sandra Ponte from MacArthur, and also Nan Silva, I think she's still here, and of course, Maria Pesquera Nan Silva from Community Memorial Foundation, and Maria Pesquera from Healthy Communities. Okay, so now in our final 2 speakers, leadership of the Latino Caucus for the City Council. So I'm very pleased to be able to introduce to you Alderman Mike Rodriguez and Alderwoman Rosana Ramirez. And as she is coming up, I just want to also, here they come, yay. So all right, as I mentioned, their leadership. And we have done participatory budgeting. Taya's name's been coming up lately with Alderwoman, and also we've done some in the 22nd Ward as well. But I'm really happy that both of them, I didn't really even prepare them. I didn't say what questions I want, what I wanted to talk about, like what we gonna talk about. I was like, I don't know, whatever you want to, right? Part of what I think I really want them to let them tell you is what's happening with their work in the City Council. And they're obviously doing a great job representing Latino community, representing their communities, representing Latino communities. And I just wanted to give them a chance to really, tell us a little bit more about some of the things that are important to them and the work that they're doing. Sure. Should I go first? Which is a broad question, I realize.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez. I am the alderperson of the 33rd Ward. I am also the chair of the Committee on Health and Human Relations in the City Council. And I am the first woman that chairs the Latino Caucus in the city of Chicago. Which is a pretty incredible thing that it has finally happened after so many decades. So first, I want to give a huge shout out to the Great Cities Institute. When I first came into office, the Great Cities Institute helped us put our participatory budgeting process together. The first iteration of that budget, I believe that we got maybe 800 votes. We were able to go out in the community and get 800 people to vote in our process. And now there's thousands of people that get to vote for infrastructures project in our ward. And it is incredible what happens when you're able to engage people and bring them to the table in terms of how we develop infrastructure in our community. Through our our process, we have been able to provide playgrounds for several schools in the ward that were not listed to get improvements, but once you are able to put some investment, CPS comes out and says, okay, let's do it because you're going to pay for half of it or 3/4 of it. We have been able to improve our parks. We have been able to create a lot of gardens and beautify areas. And those are really important things that makes our communities better, that makes our communities feel safer and healthier. And I am very grateful for the Great Cities Institute for introducing us to how to create those processes, and for my staff and my community for expanding it and making it so available and accessible for everybody. In terms of my role as the chair of the Committee on Health and Human Relations, I do want to talk a little bit about the work on treatment, not trauma. I think that that is some of the work that I have been the most known for, trying to make sure that we can create a system in Chicago for mental health care that is integrated, that can prevent, that can treat, that can provide follow-up care, and that is rooted in public direct service. That part is really important to us. We believe that workers who provide care in our city should be able to have a pension, should be able to have a union, should be able to take care of themselves and their families. And there is no other way to make that work sustainable. So that has been a really important principle. We do live in a capitalist system that has a completely neoliberal view of public health, and we're trying to push back against that. And it has been really hard, but I am very proud to say that we are reopening 2 clinics this year, which is something that we have never heard of before. We are opening one in Pilsen, and we are opening one in Roseland. And that is an incredible thing because treatment, not trauma, has happened as a result of a Black and brown coalition of people that understood what the needs of our communities are and came together to try to meet those needs. And in a moment when we are seeing speech that is so divisive, that is trying to pit races against each other, that is trying to pit Black people against brown people, we have been able to create a coalition, a Black and brown coalition for care for all of us. And the result of that is an opening of a clinic in Pilsen and an opening of a clinic in Roseland to take care of all of the people in our communities. So I'm extremely proud of that work. We are also increasing staffing to be able to manage the volume of work in the rest of the clinics. We are adding mental health providers to libraries so that we are able to tend to populations that come into libraries looking for shelter, and make sure that we are preventing crisis in that way. We are also expanding the crisis response model. It had about 30 employees. Now we are doubling that staffing and increasing the reach so that we are able to meet people where they are at. So very proud of Treatment Not Trauma, very proud to be able to provide those services to our communities and to continue to fighting for more. We just had our summit for Treatment Not Trauma last weekend, and I'm very excited that people are still pumped and people want more. And we are going to continue working with the Johnson administration to continue to shape what Treatment Not Trauma, the implementation needs to look like. And then as the chair of the Latino caucus, I think that we have been trying to move towards more representation in our city government. That I think is a never-ending battle for our communities. But I would say that seeing a caucus now that is so much more diverse, that has so many more women. When I joined the Latino caucus, there was only 2 of us. And now we have a very healthy amount of women, very opinionated and strong women in our caucus, and we are being able to make a huge difference when it comes to advocating. I think that we bring a very different perspective. And it is very important that we have been able to grow that. And I am only hoping that there is going to be more women running for these offices to join us and continue pushing in that direction.
So good to see everybody. I was told when I signed the contract that I had 2 hours to speak. But now I'm told y'all want to get out of here in 5 minutes. So I'll be quick. Because Rosanna, Alderwoman, Chairwoman said it all well. I'll just talk about 3 quick things.
No, you're good.
I want to talk about the city that works sometimes, most of the time, sometimes. Real quickly about unity, and I want to invite you to Latino prom. So the city that works, you know, I am very proud to be the chair of the Workforce Development Committee at City Council. And I do believe that in this administration, we've kicked some ass in the first year or two when it comes to working people in our great city. And to be quite frank, that's been done with Latino leaders of these issues and largely with the black mayor, right? And I want you to remember that. Because the fact is, you look at the city of Albuquerque, I think there are 200, I was talking to the mayor in the DNC, 200 full-time social workers that respond to non-emergency phone calls. $14 million is what they told me. And this woman right here is leading that charge in the city of Chicago to get to that level and surpass that level, right? This Latina is leading this effort. In my committee, I'm very happy to have led the most progressive, expansive paid time off legislation in the country, where every worker in the city of Chicago has the right to 2 weeks of paid vacation and sick time. And my co-lead on that was 14th Ward Alderwoman Helu Gutierrez, right? When I think about, in my committee as well, but I wasn't the lead, an increase in salary and wages for restaurant workers, a raise in the wage. I think about Jesse Fuentes from Humboldt Park, who led that effort, right? Alongside Carlos Ramirez Rosa, right? We've had a good partnership to get things done in the first 2 years, but look, it's a potentially very difficult situation. I'll give you an example. Just today in the Police and Fire Committee, we were able to pass the nomination of a young man, 23-year-old Angel Ruby Navarijo, to be on the CCPSA. Let me get this, see if I get this right. The Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability. Got it.
That's it. Good job.
The mayor nominated him 7 months ago, one of 7 individuals. He was the only Latino to be nominated. The 6 others got their nominations passed 6 months ago. The only person left was Angel, and it was because, to be quite frank, a very conservative point of view from my perspective about a documented young person who represents the best of us, who had the support of his police district commander, right? Think about that. Today, we got him passed at Police and Fire, and hopefully tomorrow we'll get him passed to City Council, right? All right. I'll try. I'm going to do my best. I'm trying. Unity. Look, demography is destiny. This institution gets that. The fact is, our community is growing. But if we're not working intersectionally between the nonprofit, for-profit business, the philanthropic sector, and in government, we're not going to achieve our true potential as a community. And I think about the capital needs of our neighborhoods. I think about the environmental justice that our communities deserve. I think about the working class people who deserve to be able to live and work in this great city and have the appropriate housing to be able to do that. Que sí o no?
Yeah, qué bueno.
So the only way we get that done is really by us coming together, and that's why I think this is so powerful. So thank you for bringing us all together once again. And lastly, I was brought to this because I'm the chair of the Chicago Latino Caucus Foundation. So our caucus also has a foundation. A lot of you give us your money. Thank you very much. If you don't, you need to. And if you give, you need to give a little bit more until it hurts just a little bit. But this Friday, we've already set a record. We raised $850,000, and that goes towards Latino young professionals who go through our Leadership Academy. This past year, we went to Washington, D.C. with this group. They go 6 months. They spend this engaged together, building camaraderie, building skills. And we also give away a significant amount of scholarships to our comunidad, our jóvenes. So Latino Prom is this Friday in Bridgeport. If you're interested to know more about it, you want to spend $500 on your ticket, come and find me. I might be able to give you a deal too if you really need it. So thank you so much for being here. And isn't Rosanna amazing? I'm so lucky to work with her.
Yeah.
Give us a round of applause. Give her a round of applause. And look, the Great Cities Institute doesn't get enough appreciation, la verdad. And I want to thank you for your leadership, Teresa, and everything you do. The fact is that we can't get half of what we've done without the data that comes out of the work that y'all do. That is a fact. The fact is, we would be lost without you. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you.
What a great way to end, my goodness, yes. Well, oh, hey. Oh, excuse me. And this would not have been possible were you not all here with us today. So I want to thank all of you. But hang around, visit with one another. I think you're all signed in. Make sure you all signed in. You know there were biographies on the table. There's copies of that Latino Neighborhoods brief that's on the table. And all of our reports are on our website. Lastly, please, big round of applause for the Great Cities Institute staff. Yes. I couldn't do anything without them. I love these people. They're so awesome. They're so committed. They're so hardworking. Thank you, all of you. Where's our dessert? Our dessert didn't show up yet, but it should be coming. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you.